Oh, hello, welcome. Welcome to another stream, and I'm rather hoping that everything is going to work today. It was rather frustrating a couple of days ago when I started streaming. I don't know quite why or what, but Blender was not behaving correctly. It was doing weird stuff, and even after a restart and everything. And actually, when I stopped streaming, which was only half an hour, when I stopped streaming, I rebooted my computer two other times, I think, and it then started to behave, almost, and then uh, I think I just shut my computer down, and about 4 or 5 hours later, I powered back up again and was watching somebody online on Twitch streaming, and I was doing something, and I made, what you're seeing there now is this cog, right? This kind of, I was just, I thought this is crazy, and I did this and did the texturing, and this was on my old computer, which I'm going to talk about my new computer in a minute, but yeah, so I did this, and that worked, and I even started off and took it in world, and you know everything worked perfectly okay, and it was just such a weird situation. There weren't any Microsoft updates. There weren't any. I couldn't really actually understand why Blender was causing so many problems. The interesting thing is that a couple of people that I've watched online since doing, using Blender, were also having, even a person I was watching this morning was also having very odd, unpredictable results with Blender, just doing weird stuff. Like you'd resize an object or some mesh or something, and it would just completely distort in a completely unusual fashion. So it wasn't just me. I thought it was just me, but it wasn't just me, and there was just some very unusual things happening. You just kind of know, and I thought maybe because it was my computer, my old computer was 15 years old, and I made it 15 years ago, seriously over spec'd. At the time, it was kind of the bee's knees, right? And of course, like all computer stuff, it goes rapidly out of date very quick. And because I'd overspec'd it, it was one of the most reliable computers I'd ever built. It really was, and to last 15 years, and there's still nothing wrong with it. It's just limited now in its abilities to do stuff. Obviously, Windows 10 support is dying this year. So I just thought, right, and over the last 2 years, I've been building up my, I've been spending money where, when I can, on looking for good deals for another building another computer. And recently I got the opportunity to basically buy the rest of the bits to complete to build a new box. And I got a really good deal on an excellent quality graphics card. Not it's not bleeding edge stuff by any means, but considering what I was using. Speaking of which, I have been, obviously I've built my new computer, and I'm now working on my new computer. So if you look at the about on my Twitch profile, I've got the specs up there. I'm over the moon with it. Absolutely. I mean, I've built quite a lot of computers and installed quite a lot of computers for other people over the last few years, and I mean the hardware is just getting better and better and better, and it's quite amazing. Had a problem with the power supply, didn't seem to be alive when I unboxed it and installed it, but found some sort of little hack that appeared to just kickstart it into action, and it came alive. So I don't really understand why. Maybe because it was, about 9 months. I think I bought it about 9 months ago. Whether that had something to do with it or not, I don't know. But I've got a very, very nice, I'm, in my opinion, a very nice machine, and I've been throwing stuff at it like crazy. And I mean, one of the things I just posted today on my Instagram is this, right? So I had no, it's not an RTX. What did I put an RTX for in there? It's not an RTX 1650. It's a GeForce card. I'm RTX mad now. But yeah, so when I was rendering this, and when I was doing things like the texture and also rendering it in the viewport, it was taking 4 minutes, right? It was taking 4 minutes, and actually it was taking 4 minutes to do a 1K render of this, which is what this is. This is the output from a 1K render at 4 minutes. And now my new card, which is a 3060 Ti, which I bought second hand, and it's just amazing. I mean, to me, it was used in a rig somewhere. It wasn't used for graphics or games. But yeah, I mean, it was in very good condition, still in the box, with all the packaging, the manuals and everything, and I got it for an unbelievably cheap amount of money. So I just thought, you know what, I'm going to buy the 3060. I had my eyes on a 4060 or a 4070, I think it was. And, but then you're looking at that being quite considerably a lot more money. But and then, of course, the announcement that the 50 series came out. And, I don't know. But anyway, I thought, you know what? I mean, it was about a year or two ago that I had my eyes on the 3060 Ti anyway, because I know it's a good card. They're actually really quite hard to get hold of. And so I had the opportunity. This appeared for sale, and did a deal with the person getting rid of it. Who was a hobbyist, builds rigs or plays around with rigs. What do they call it? I can never remember what they call them. It's for Ethereum. What do they call it? I can't remember what they call it. But anyway, so that's where it came from, the card. And the guy I bought it from had only had it for 3 months or something, and he said it never crashed and it worked faultlessly, and he didn't overclock it, and so it's one of those really good things to get. And so yeah, and now that exactly the same rendering took on the new card 14 seconds, and then I pushed it to 4K, right? So this was a 1K, no, this image here is a 4K render, and it took 16 seconds. So realistically, I'll probably stick to kind of anywhere between 2K and 4K renders. But I just couldn't believe the difference. Look at the difference in lighting and everything. When you're working with an older card, and I have been for quite a number of years. I think I've had the 1650. I don't know, maybe 6 years. And you just get used to it. You work around it, and you wait, and you just accept the fact that it's slow and all those other things. But anyway, I'm very happy with my new computer, and it's got shed loads of memory. Well, you'll see the specs, and it's been faultless on the installation. So I spent most of yesterday, from probably about midday till about maybe 9-10 o'clock at night, obviously migrating all my data and settings and installing all my apps again and just making sure that everything's working. So I'm over the moon with it. Anyway, what I want to do today, and I really, really, really want to get this done today because this build has been going on for far too long now, and I want to get it done. I just need to get it done. So let's just get rid of. Actually, can I get rid of all materials? Okay, I want to leave that where it is. Okay, so what I want to do actually is and now, oh, I mean, it's just so amazing having this. So I can now go. I know that there's no lighting in here. Let me stick an area light in here. Let me stick the light on. Right. Okay. So you know, but being able to do this now in preview mode is just amazing. You know, and yeah, it's just absolutely amazing. What have I got this set to? I've got it set to 1K and maximum samples at 4K. Actually, that's probably a little bit too much. Is it? There's no point in no point in going up too high, to be honest with you. But yeah, let's throw on denoising as well. That helps. But yeah, I mean, you know, you do this with the other card, and I mean, it was just chronically blocky. But anyway, right. I'm going to get on and do this. I really, really, really need to focus on getting this done. I want to get the textures done today. And yeah, so we're going to crack on with this. I'm going to get rid of that lighting. So we're just going to isolate stuff out. I want to do oh, I found out a really neat technique for don't want that. What? What's going on there? Oh, I think I know what this is. I've got a feeling. I know what this is. Yeah, it's gone in there, isn't it? Let's put the plants. Oh, that's not good. Okay, what? I need to change that. Why? Well, the hotkey for that is open close game overlay. I want to get rid of that. Okay. Okay, this must be coming. Well, this is obviously NVIDIA. Interesting. Anyway, that's quite interesting. So, yeah, I want to. Let's highlight that. Let's highlight that. Ah, okay. Going on? How come? Oh, there we go. Okay, Mark scene. To be honest with you, I'm just going to make this pretty grungy. But I do want to do something with these steps. Just want to give it a bit of unevenness about it, really. Just make it look slightly worn. I mean, I could put a bevel in there, but I just don't want to overdo it, otherwise it starts increasing the mesh count a bit. But I just want to give it a bit of character. Just make it look a bit warm. There's something about warm steps, you know. There's some buildings I've been into around Oxford, which you know, even I mean, it depends obviously what they make the steps out of. For a start, you get some steps that seem to be made out of sandstone, and so they wear rapidly. You know, especially with footfall going up and down them, and especially in Oxford, we've got, you know, literally hundreds of thousands of students every year, or tens of thousands of students, let's say. But you know, you've got students and such like going up, so that's giving it a bit of, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, yeah, that looks a bit good. That looks good. UV unwrap. Interesting. It's interesting how this sort of gets done, really. Right, so there was something. Um, Interesting. What I don't get is why is this? Oh, you see, it's not joined at all. In fact, it's actually very different. So why is it? Is it because I put a seam on there when there probably doesn't need to be a seam? Let's do that again. Cube. Really doesn't like it, does it? Let's try. Interesting. Wow. Okay, so that's right down there for some reason. Why? Why is that right down there? You see, what I don't really quite understand is why has the UV split, right? I don't get that. I don't get why is it split? It doesn't make sense. Like, why is this right down here? And quite clearly this should be something along like those lines. But why is it all split up into... It's all split up into rows, which is just weird. Unwrap. Oh, something that I saw somebody else do was they created, like they highlighted a thing there, and then they went follow active quads, and then I think it was even? Yeah. Right? But is this just still... Is this all one thing? Ooh, it is. Cool. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So that's now all one thing. Great. Constrain image. We're gonna get that kind of there. Scale up on the Y. Okay, that's good. Stick that there. Right, let's get the rest of it. I've learned over the years really to just try and spend time just sort of trying to sort out the UVs, you know. Otherwise, if you're just going to stick I want some detail on the steps, right? So the steps are fine, but everything else, right? Can I not just pack that in? Pack. No. Is it going to do it? Yeah, I might put this on a different... I might add this differently somehow. Okay, what if we do it like that then? I want to play with this here, right? I don't want it to rotate. Maybe that's what the problem is. Whoa. Okay. Why that seems to be... Oh, right, okay. It was because of the bounds. Right, okay, I get it, I get it, I get it. Right, so if we highlight that, I might play with this at some point. Straighten UVs, align the selected faces. Okay. Ooh, gridify. Crazy. Okay. Islands. Straighten. That obviously does not happen. Ooh. Got a track back insect call. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's not mess around with that. Stack islands. Margin, let's go 0.01. Okay, that's better. That's much better. Cool. I would like to rotate that 180 degrees because obviously that bit is the top bit on the stairs. I think the stairs are going to be stairs with a building like that will probably be kind of a concrete, like a concrete, so brushed concrete maybe. Okay, that's kind of grungy actually, but it's too... Just try something else. Ooh. I think it needs to be a bit smoother. Clay floor is way too smooth. Concrete floor. Ooh, that's kind of concrete floor. I want it to be a little bit dirtier though. Needs to be grungy. Ooh, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Okay, let's go with that. Look at this. I like that effect. That's actually pretty neat. It needs to be scaled up a bit more though. It's a bit too that's pretty grungy. It's a bit repeating though, isn't it? It's kind of very repeating. Nope. The only trouble with it is it's kind of repeating. What has that done? Interesting. Ooh, that's a bit better. That's not repeating anymore. Cool. What I want to do, the side is fine. This is going at a funny angle. It looks like it's sideways. Oh, it is sideways, that's why. Duh. Okay, so if we rotate. That's better. I now want to bring in my magic. That's nice. I like that. I like that. That's kind of this doesn't add up. It's a bit weird. So if I grab that and that, just on the middle, that kind of matches a bit better. This one's obviously it looks kind of out of place. Okay, that looks a bit better. Again, I'm worrying about detail that probably I don't need to really worry about. Because no one's really going to notice so much. What I want to add now is okay. I noticed this actually lately. I don't really understand why that's doing that. Is it because I don't really know why it does this. I've got a group here and I need to add interesting. Where is my grunge node? My grunge node is here. Okay. The thing is, I can't add that. Thing is, if I add that, it will replace. Okay, it's not letting me add it. So it will replace my material that I've just put on there. And if I go back here again, what I've just put on there is gone. I must admit, I'm not the what can I say? UVs and texturing are not my strongest points, but I want to get through it today. I really want to get this done today because this has gone on far too long. So if I select this material, dump that on there. No, you see, it's got rid of it. Some unknown reason, the yeah, in the right place, and that's in the right place. It'd be interesting to know why I can't add that there. It's like come up with interesting. Why? What if I check? Is it there? It's an add-on. Interesting. Node group utilities. This is it here. No, it isn't. Why isn't it there? Okay, for some unknown reason, that node group's gone. It's a Curtis Holt thing, and for some unknown reason, it's not available. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Let's reinstall it then. It's this one. Okay. Is it going to put it back in? It's an add-on. Interesting. Why? Holly Haven is there. That's worked fine. How weird. It's called Ambient Grunge. Why doesn't that want to install? It appears here. See, look, right? Okay, let's just save this. Why does stuff like this happen? It's very odd. If I open up, if I just open up my general, right? This is my general startup file. So if I go to shading, right, I can add a group, right? It should come up like this, Ambient Grunge, right? And then I can add this node. But for some unknown reason, it doesn't seem to want to do it on that other file. Why? Okay, can I copy this? Is that going to allow me to open this up? Node group has a different type? What do you mean? Has a different type? Node group has different type. What does that mean? Oh, don't we love problems? What does that mean? Okay, can I get this? Here we go. Right. Cannot add node group. Node group has a different type. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna have to try and figure out what that means. What does this mean? Okay, alright. How can I recognize a node tree group created by add-on? Nodes have a draw call specific to the tools panel, which is... However, you shouldn't enclose your node tree into a node group. As such, editor can have its own set of node trees. Okay, plot thickens. IDs could not be restored, will be left empty. What's interesting is that I wonder, should I just uninstall it and reinstall it again? I mean, I don't really understand what that means. Edit group. Okay, it's not a group, is it? So, I mean, okay. So, what if we go... This is, again, why are we doing stuff weird, Blender? Why are we doing stuff weird? I mean... It's really quite strange because I don't normally get problems. I mean, and this is a brand new machine with a completely fresh installation of Blender, and we seem to have issues again. Interesting. Okay, only thing that I can think of is just, you know, hey, let's just grab. I'm quite happy with this texture, so let's just grab a texture and give it stairs texture. Right, we don't need any alpha on there. We're going to create a new image. We've highlighted that. We've highlighted that. And we're now going to blah de blah de blah. We don't want direct and indirect. Actually, we only want diffuse. We just want color, right? Oh, this is such a doddle now that I've got a decent computer. The texture done. 3 seconds. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I would sit there before for minutes. You know, it would take minutes to do this. Now it takes literally seconds. Let's just save this texture, right? So okay, actually I need to change the way this is. I always want 60. Okay, so let's just save that. I don't care too much if it's oh. Right, we got the texture on there. Can I now add it? So it was actually to do with this, no, I've not had this before. I don't really understand why this all of a sudden starts creating a problem. Unless there's just something very odd about these nodes. Very strange. Let's just get rid of this. Right. And I keep getting this. I don't know what this is. Error evaluating number. C. I don't know. There's some odd messages coming up. Okay. Shift and spacebar. Shift spacebar. Right. What if I can now go back here and dump that on there? Right. That works perfectly okay, even though that, I mean, I've made it's been made an asset. Maybe that's why it's not coming up as a node. Can I? Why is this not coming up as a node? It's just called grunge. Doesn't want to come up. Ambient. Doesn't want to come up there. So if we go to add-ons, ambient, it's not there. Grunge, not there. Very strange. Refresh local. Install from disk. Let's just try doing this again. Ambient grunge. Okay. Definitely doesn't seem to want to install. So I don't really get what's going on. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe it's to do with the file. I don't know. Okay, we got some nice dirt in here now. Get a bit dirtier. You dirty stairs. Okay, I mean that's pretty neat. I don't like I want the dust colour to be darker. Like, that looks pretty grimy. That's pretty grimy. I think this base would also look like, I think it would also look pretty good with that kind of grimy. Might do the same thing actually. Needs to be sort of a concretey type, mucky. Might do it slightly different, but what did we do again? It was quite a kind of a grungy concrete, wasn't it? Burnt ground. See what that looks like? Ooh. Yeah, I don't want it exactly the same. Brown mud. That's too uniform. think it was this one, wasn't it? It was concrete floor. Why is that not coming up then? Remove that again. I am just at a loss for words about what's going on. Why is this not behaving? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Not coming in. Why is it not coming in? We're not. It's almost like something's got corrupted. Very strange, very strange. It's just black. Why? Why? I don't understand why. That works. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, yeah, it doesn't look like concrete though. I mean, we're talking about, see, look, oh, okay. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Ooh, cobblestones might be interesting. So has this now gone back to... Yeah. I just really don't know. I am really seriously lost for words. Okay. Ooh, that's quite nice. Okay, let's just go with something like this. Most of it's not going to be seen anyway, so it doesn't matter. Ooh, we're getting a bit of a repeating whatever that is. Oh, I know what that is. It's because I've got uh, the I remember rightly, this edge disappearing is because I've got um it's because I've got it's to do with this. If I remember rightly, people turn that right up. Sometimes Blender makes you feel completely incompetent. It's just really so strange. Um, I think it's this cavity. If I remember, I think that's what it is. I think it's something to do with cavity. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. What is that about? Wow. Please tell me I'm not going mad. So it's in viewport shading mode only. Is this happening on all objects? Like if I, so it's on that object where the corners have just disappeared for some reason. But it's almost like the texture is above the... Is it just me, or is the texture above the face that's giving it that weird effect? So face is around the right way. Edge marks, face marks. Don't really actually understand why is the texture above the Okay, let's just check that out as well. So I don't really understand viewport mode. Corners are missing, are wrong. Okay. I love it when you type a problem into, you've actually turned off the overlays option in the viewport. I've accidentally turned off the view. What? No, that's not the case. No, I've not turned it off the UV. No, that's not the case. That's wireframe mode. Doesn't happen there, but it happens in the shading viewport, and it doesn't happen in the render. It's only the shading viewport shading. Right, so what's happening there? Can't see vertices, edge or faces. Missing in wireframe view, but visible in edit mode. Disappearance. See, this is quite a common problem. There's a lot of people. You should see the corners. If you've accidentally hidden parts of your mesh, press Alt H to unhide everything. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Clip start and clip end settings in the viewport. The corners aren't being clipped out of view. Oh. Check your clip start and clip end settings in the viewport. To ensure the corners aren't being clipped out of view. Clips, check your clipping issues in the viewport. Clipping region, interesting. Viewport render, viewport render. See, it's missing. Why are the corners missing? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. It's all rather interesting, but it only happens. Why just on that block, right? It doesn't make sense. If I highlight this and I give that this is what was happening the other day when things started going horribly wrong. If I delete that material, the problem goes away. It's only when I add a material Okay, let's have a look. Masking out the edge, it's likely. Okay. Oh, right. See what's happening. What? I think it's actually the... I think it's got something to do with the... Look, see, the edges are gone again. The edges are very small. This is completely screwed up the geometry. The edges are gone again. The edges are gone big time. The edges are there. So I think it's actually the node is causing the issue. So what's okay? I need to sort this out because there's something quite not right. So they're saying that it had something. Blimey, the amount of problems. Material data and nodes. No, look, I'm getting this as well. So hey, let's try and just diagnose some issues here. If you're using a normal map, make sure it is properly applied and not causing edges to be masked out. Okay. Right. So maybe my node, maybe my thing. Have I screwed up somewhere here? I don't think so. We're not. We're within the bounds of the. Constrained to image bounds. Maybe. Okay. And if I do this. Bound to the image. Okay, that's fine. But I'm wondering whether it's because I don't know. Maybe. Right. So if I add, I mean, quite clearly, some of these were. Ooh. What is that about? I mean, this is interesting. Aerial rock. So this is screwing up the mesh. Look at this. What? And yet this one works fine. But the edges have disappeared. Right? This is to do with the node group. This has got to have something to do with the node group. So, okay, so if we take this, why is that completely corrupted the... I mean, that is totally distorting the mesh. Okay, so it's not me. There's me thinking that it was actually something to do... Let's just see why this is happening. It's like displacement. Is this? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Oh, so I'm guessing that the displacement on some of these textures are got problems with them. Why? I mean, I guess whoever created these are oh, there's just something weird going on here. Why now can I add a node to this from a group, which is how I would normally add the ambient grunge. Why is that now working? I don't. Okay. Okay. I mean, this is just throwing me completely. Very, very odd. So it's actually to do with the displacement that's causing the problem. So if I mark that as a seam, go around here, this face does not need to be there, right? Okay. Hmm. Wow. Okay. I think some of these things from Polyhaven are broken. It looks like it. It really does, because it's like it's just doing weird stuff. Oh my god! Look at this. Look. So can I edit this file? This aerial rocks? Because quite clearly the displacement is screwed up, isn't it? It's this here. So if we zoom in, look, it's just absolutely right. So quite clearly this is screwed up. There we go. bit too, I don't know. It's not really what I'm looking for. It's not really what I'm looking for. Okay. What if I no, it's not good. I think I don't like all the walls. Here we go. Here we go. Right. So let's see what we've got here. Okay, come on. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I was kind of thinking that kind of grungy, you know, this would be quite good. Ooh. That might actually be quite good. Why are we not selecting faces now? Why can we not select faces? What is going on? How come I can only select this face? Okay. And how come? Like, oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, is it because I've got this on? The problem with that, of course, is that it looks too... It's gone sideways, isn't it? Well, that was actually round the right way. Pretty naff. I'm not really happy with this at all. I'm going to be seen from the front anyway. I'm going to be the edge. Fine. Grungy, we like grunge. We are grunge. To be honest with you, I'm kind of inclined. See what we can do to the walls. Okay. I want to try and find, oh yeah, so let's just change things up a bit because I seem to be hitting brick walls. It's like bashing my head off a brick wall. Here's the original texture that I did, which I believe to be 1K, that took me 4+ minutes to do. And this is the same texture in 4K that actually only took me 14 seconds or something. I mean, it really is chalk and cheese, you know. That's a 4K render. This is a 1K render with my old card. And I was happy with this. Now, my expectations gone up. So now I'm not going to be happy with anything now, because it will have looked pretty awful. But, you know, I mean, again, we bring that in. This is only the 1K version. I mean, you know, you bring this in Second Life and whatnot, and people don't really care unless they happen to be looking at it close up, which most people don't, to be honest. So it's okay. It's just okay. Right. What I want is kind of a grungy... I want a grungy... Now, sometimes metal textures work quite well. See, I'm thinking something along these lines for the walls. But this is such a low... All that. Ooh, that might work. Yeah. See, that's what I was thinking. To keep it in line with the reference image, you see? And something like this. With a load of grunge on it, I think might work. See, that might work. It's a bit too orangey though. It's my only problem. Or something like that. That's too metallic. I have got... these are textures that I've collected over many years in Second Life. The reason why they're taking a while to preview is... because I've got this new computer, the caching of all the thumbnails is obviously, it's got to rebuild all the thumbnails again. A lot of these textures I actually photographed myself in and around Oxford. We've got, you know, Oxford is a medieval city, and you know, we've got a huge... See, I was thinking something along those lines, but the problem... The original artwork isn't showing that as being made of brick. It looks like, although I think we came to the conclusion that it was probably an AI generated image anyway. That would work. Or this one would work. It's kind of grungy. That grungy. This one might work, actually, and then I can... Oh, actually, no, what was it again? I think it was under metal, wasn't it? I think I picked... Yeah. This one, right. So, I think it was something along the lines of... it's a bit too orangey. It's coppery. This is very red, but I could just dull it down an awful lot. That might work. That might very well work. I saw somebody the other day pick up and then just dump. Oh my goodness. Really? Didn't know you could do that. Cool. Now, see this? Right, see this kind of, it's not a seamless texture. I saw a video that would actually work really well, and I would darken it down a bit. What this needs obviously is grunge. Now I saw, hey, let's do a tutorial. I saw a very good can't remember his name. Trouble is, where did I see it? Blender Guru. Here we go. Here we go. Let's
in
just
this video,
play this.
You'll learn the basics of texturing in Blender. The very same techniques.
I love Blender Guru.
Games and
he was probably
movies.
one of the
You'll
very
finish with
first
the
people that I started
customized
watching
brick wall
in.
and a set of skills that can
Now,
be used for
what he's doing here is he's using a non-repeating texture and overlaying it with all sorts of stuff. Now that's exactly what I want to do here, and this is why I tried streaming the other day and had just major issues with Blender, doing weird stuff, weird stuff. Okay, so let's just go through here. Let's watch Blender Guru.
Virtually any 3D surface. And best of all, this tutorial requires no plugins and no paid products.
And that's the reason why it attracted me, was this. Now obviously this is a 2-hour video, but he does actually, has he got jump? He has. Breaking up repetition was the bit that I was interested in.
But let's say also with this that maybe I didn't want this color shift, this color change to happen to the entire brick that I've got going on here. And I said, let's just make it a little bit brighter. So let's say instead of it being like a darker change, it's now just make it a little bit brighter. And let's go something like that, right? That's a pretty, that's transformative enough that our eye can kind of spot the difference there. So let's say, yeah, I want to make it to just certain parts of it. I want to make this look almost like there's patches to it where maybe the sun has hit different parts of it and it's just faded in.
This interested me.
So
this
bit
is
where we talk about masking. So a mask is just a general term for whenever we want to have certain effects in just certain areas, okay? And the way we would do this is by using another texture and then putting that into this node. And the place that you would want to put that in is down here where it says FAC. It's not clear. I don't know why they went with FAC. I guess it's short for factor, but it's not obvious that that's what that does. But it's a value. It's a numerical value for now, and it's going from 0 to 1. So a value of 1 just means it's all of this, right? 100%. If I go all the way to 0, it's now none of this. So if I hit M to mute it, there's no difference between before and after because this is having zero effect. So I could, if I wanted to, let's say I like the look of this, but I just went too far and I wanted to quickly change it, I could do that. But because this has an input, I can put anything into that. Any black and white texture will now control where this kicks in, okay? So, as you remember from the start, we created a noise texture, and that was black and white. So let's do that. Let's use a noise texture to control this. So I'm going to hit Shift-A, texture, and go noise texture. The most versatile of all procedural textures that artists use a lot. I know, I do. Okay, so if I take the factor of this and put that into my factor of my hue saturation value node, watch what happens. Doesn't seem like a lot, but this is the original texture and this is it now. And you can see there's a little bit kind of patchiness, but it's subtle. So let's Control Shift left click on the noise texture. And this is showing us how our noise texture looks. Now, you might notice that it looks kind of stretched, and this is because we are now working with a surface which is not 1 by 1 by 1. And it's, without getting too technical on coordinates, by default it's using a generated coordinate system, which is just looking for objects that are 1 by 1 by 1. And if they're not, you have to do an operation in there to like make it so that it's that. But in our case, we've actually got UV coordinates that make sense for this, so we can actually just use that. So this vector, if I drag out from here, and then I just click on texture coordinate, which is one of the suggested ones there, I can just click that, and you can see it's texture coordinate plugged into the UV, and it's now fixed that problem. The other way to bring that in, if you didn't see it in your pop-up, Shift-A, and then go to Input. Don't know why it's in Input, doesn't make sense, but texture coordinate is in there, and then you could just drag it in like that. Okay, so it's now using that, so that means that now the scale is a bit wrong, but let's say, yeah, I want some big, black and white patches across it. All right, so I've changed the scale of it, so now if I look at it, I should see, hopefully, some little patches. The reason I can't, though, is that this is, your eye is able to spot these value differences, the zeros here to the ones, but it's mostly, if you could see the values on it, I wish there was a way to actually see like the numerical values of areas, but it's all areas of gray. There might not actually be one section in here which is pure 1 or pure 0, like pure white or pure black. It's all just shades of it across it, and it's very subtle. So what you often want to do is to increase the contrast, and one node that a lot of artists love for this purpose is Shift-A, Converter, Color Ramp. Okay, so let's just drop this in, and I'm going to drop it in between our noise texture and our hue saturation, okay? So this is our mask, right? And then this is our operation, okay? I'm going to Control Shift left click on the color ramp just to see what we're looking at. So if I drag in these handles here, what you'll notice is I drag in the white handle. You can see that it's like, it starts to like almost clip the white values. It's very subtle. So let's drag in the black handle all the way to the middle there, right? And this is like, it starts to like clamp, like where does the, where does the true black values start in our texture there? So we're now just increasing it to like the middle points. So those areas that were around, 0.4 in value are now getting a value of pure black. And this value here, the values that were around 0.5 beyond as well, are now being clipped in at 1. So it's just a very easy way to control how harsh this mask is. So now when we look at our shader, you should be able to spot now those differences. And actually, let's just increase it so you can see it, right? So it's now a lot more obvious where those values in. So it's really
This
just
is
a matter
very
of
clever.
like now these handles
This
become
is
like
very
the feather
clever.
of my mask as I drag out, right? And you sort of maybe want it to be like, I don't know, maybe let's go here, and then for my noise texture, because by default this is looks kind of low res, very kind of mushy, but if I increase the detail to 4, I get like more detail on these edges here, and then I can increase the roughness, which just kind of like, see, I don't really know what the roughness does. I should probably look that up. Yeah, okay, that's not helpful. Blend between smoother noise pattern and rougher with sharper peaks. Yeah, I mean, it just feels sharper a little bit. That's kind of it. I mean, it doesn't really, you don't have to understand it, but that's the explanation we've got. But yeah, it, just adds, makes it look a little bit sharper. But yeah, you can play with that and you can get some more interesting patterns there. One thing I'd caution, by the way, is a lot of people just go,
Okay, let's just try this. Let's just try this. So he has added... So he added a noise texture. If the effect of what Blender Guru did, sorry, I don't know his real name, but the effect that he is creating on this, I am very tempted to learn how to create my own node group in order to apply this, because this is something I want to do all the time, because most of the time I know what did he say? It's not an input, it's an input, isn't it? Texture coordinates. Sometimes they color ramp under converter. Why? Oh yeah, because that's where you really want to put it. Okay. I probably would really need to go through the whole thing, but it's like nearly 2 hours long. I mean, yeah, I'm not necessarily... Maybe I should go through the whole material, the whole thing that he's doing. I mean, it's quite a long-winded process. Okay, let's go through the whole thing, because there's obviously bits of this that I'm missing.
So there's a few ways to add an image texture. One is to do the way that I've been doing it so far. Shift A, texture, and then go image texture, and then click on open. And this first one that we're going to be importing is the base color JPEG, okay? So make sure it's underscore ending in that, and then hit open. Okay, and I'm going to drag this, as you can probably guess, into the base color input. Pretty self-explanatory. All right, now you probably won't see anything as good as this so far because your UV unwrapping is not potentially set up. So just go to your UV editing tab at the top there, and we're going to, on the mesh, hit U and then click unwrap. And as I mentioned, this isn't a UV unwrapping tutorial, but just, basically getting it set up for a wall. We need to rotate it, right, so that it's the correct orientation, and scale it up. The other thing that Blender doesn't really make it very easy to spot, but you can get to a point where the up on your UV editor is not the up on your mesh, and it's often not easy to tell which is which. So if you click the little sync at the top there, top left-hand corner, that little icon, that will mean that when you are selecting parts of your mesh, you will see the selection over here on your UV image editor. And you can see that I have rotated it the wrong way.
Ah, that's interesting. This is why I like watching tutorials, because you learn, and this is why I love watching other people, because you learn so much. Okay. Yeah, so it's repeating. Okay, we know it's repeating. He's got repeating, so that's fine.
So I'm going to select everything, rotate this in my editor, and then holding down Control so it snaps to 5-degree increments, get it to minus 180 degrees, and now you can see, as I click across it, the correct vertice corresponding over there is selected. All right, the other thing I need to do is to scale this to a sensible amount. Now, out on Polygon, we publish the exact sizes of our textures, and you can see the physical size, 2.5 by 2.5 meters. Now, I know, because we started with a plane that was 2 by 2 meters, that's the default, I know that each of these squares here represents 2 meters. So if I want to get this really bang on accurate, what I would do is I would set it so that it's, the size of a square, roughly speaking. And then, because it actually needs to be 2.5 meters, I'm going to scale it up by 1.25, okay? 0.25 because it's half of 2 meters. You have to, that's the exact amount. It's like 25% is what you have to scale it by. I was going to try to explain it, and then I'm like, can't explain it. Anyways, but it's a small thing, but it just means that now our texture
got the
matches
repeating
the exact
pattern.
physical dimensions of the real texture in the real world. And just, it just helps when you start adding other things to the scene. Quick interjection, actually, not quite. It's only if you scale this then in the 3D view, so with the plane selected, scale that by the exact same amount, 1.25, which would mean that your plane would then be 10 by 5, which is correct. And then just make sure you apply the scale so that these values here become 1. But then, that is correct, and it will be the physical correct dimensions for anything else you add to the scene. All right, back to my shading tab over here. I'm going to show you another way to add a texture here for the next map. If you've got Windows Explorer or whatever opened up, if you just go and click on the map you want to import, and I'm going to be importing the roughness map next. I'm going to click, and then just holding it down, just drag over, and then Alt-Tab to Blender, and then just release it inside of your shader over here. Release it, and it should appear. All right. And by the way, something you'll probably notice is that when you click on another node, there's it stalls, Blender stalls for 2 seconds, you can see, before it appears. Very annoying, and it's doing that because we have on the left-hand side our image viewer opened, which is why I don't like the image viewer being opened. So I'm
Yeah.
going to right click and then go join areas and then just drag it across so it's gone. So now we don't have that delay when we click.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's the actual image edit. This? Really? Well, that's what the delay is it? Okay. That's what the delay is.
Click on something. Awesome. Okay. So your roughness map, can you guess which part of our shader it goes into? Haha, it goes into the roughness, of course. And excuse me. Now you can see, as we look at our mesh, that there is some slight differences in the reflection, right? It looks a little bit more shiny here and less shiny there. But actually, this is not correct. So the color space of your texture basically means Blender is expecting it to be like a standard camera photo, which is sRGB 2.2 gamma. Without getting too much into the color science, it means it's doing an operation on this map that shouldn't be there, because a roughness map, and actually every single PBR map except your base color, will almost always not be in 2.2 gamma. It will be in what is called raw, or in Blender's case, a non-color space. Okay, so we're just going to click it and then select our color space as non-color. And now it's actually correct. I know it looks worse. It looks like all that detail is gone, but it's not about what looks better or what you can see. It's what's actually correct. And this is actually what's correct, because this brick here is actually quite a porous brick, and this mortar is also porous, and there's not really much difference between the roughness. And that's not the bit that matters. What matters, though, is that the overall roughness value, we don't have to guess what it is based on this here. It's defined for us in our PBR map. That's the bit that matters here. All right, let's do another texture, and I'm going to show you the third way I like to add image textures.
Yeah, I don't think we
rather
know
than
he's
doing-
just adding
Now,
textures, which we've
here
already.
is something that I have just learned recently, and it's something that I think almost every single artist is getting wrong.
See, this is what I love about some Blender people. They don't always make assumptions, and they're honest about, you know, like that they've only just learned. I mean, this guy is a guru. He is a guru, but you know, he's willing to admit that you know, he is always learning. So it doesn't make you feel so bad when you're learning. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not a professional doing this, and this guy is doing it, you know, 24/7. So you know, it's actually really quite interesting.
Because even the node wrangler that comes with Blender gets this wrong. So the normal map and the displacement map should not be used together. You should be using one or the other. Okay, and the reason for that is that, assuming they are authored correctly and they are the same, then it is doubling the information. Because the normal map, if we have a look at that, it is bump information. And if we look at our displacement map, we actually can't look at it through that point, but it is the exact same information, but it's just represented in a grayscale form. So if you use them both together, you are just doubling the intensity of the bump, when it's usually not authored in that way. It's not designed to be used in that way. The other reason to not use it like this is because displacement can be used to physically displace a mesh, which is what we're actually going to do in a second. And when you do that, it actually, a normal map on top of that kind of breaks it. And I noticed this issue. And so I emailed Brecht, who is the lead developer of Cycles, and I said, look, I think I found maybe a bug or something with this. And he said, like, no, when you have physical displacement, which we're going to set up in a second, you shouldn't be using a normal on top of it, because it's just going to wreck it. And I was like, what? That's crazy. Like, the Node Wrangler does this, Megascans Importer does this. Is everybody doing it wrong? And he said, well, we could add an extra option. So apparently they're going to add in some support so that you could potentially use both a normal map and a displacement. But you still shouldn't, because if they're the same information,
No,
there's no point in
exactly.
using
I've
both of them
actually known of this
So,
for
what
many
that means
years.
is We had imported
And
the normal
it's
map
been
here, so I
driving
want
me
to
up
show
the
you
wall
where it is
why
for.
that happens.
But in most cases, I actually no longer recommend using it.
Yeah.
Because, as I said, they're the same information, and the displacement map is actually a much more versatile map of the two. Because you can do true displacement. All right, so this, as you can see, looking at it, right, we've got some bump, right? Okay, but you'll see that if you look at it flat on, like, hey, our wall is paper thin there, okay? So it's not physically displacing. We're not actually getting any real brick, and that's part of the reason why this kind of looks pretty bad. It doesn't look like a nice brick wall yet. So the way you change this is down here. I'll have to move my head out of the way. But underneath your material settings, you'll see displacement, and the option is bump only, or displacement only, or displacement and bump. Okay, so let's use displacement just to show you what happens. Nothing. Absolutely nothing happens. And by the way, I have to assume this is a little bug here. 4.2 only just came out today, and it says unsupported displacement method, but it is displacing it, so I have to assume that is a bug. It only appears when you're in EV mode anyway. But anyway, ignore that if you see it. It is actually working. The reason that this is not seemingly doing anything is because what this is looking for is to physically displace the geometry. And the geometry is this. So each of these little points is getting altered ever so slightly in relation to the grayscale information that it's being fed in this map here. And because of that, it's basically like it's working with, how many pixels is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 pixels, right? 15 little tiny pieces to move. So we need to add a lot more detail, basically. So your add modify, go to your modify stack, click the wrench, modify, generate subdivision surface. And you'll see, by the way, when you do this, you get these rounded corners, which are very ugly. So change it to simple, and then it won't round the corners for you. And then we're going to change, if you crank it all the way up to 6, it will be better, but it still won't be visible. So let's crank it to 8, and then you will finally start to see something. And this, by the way, is just a new feature of EV. It's the first, because of the EV Next, it's the new version of EV. It's actually got true displacement for the first ever release. So pretty excited that we can do this now. It used to just be a cycles only feature. Anyways, so with this, look, have a look, right? Physically displacing our mesh, right? So each of those bricks, because that
I actually played with this the other day,
was done correctly,
and it is actually quite amazing.
Using some cheap process like Substance Sampler to just guess it. These are the real brick heights that are being, basically used on our mesh here. And the value that Polygon authors to for new textures is 0.2 for the scale. Anyways, so what's the difference between bump? So bump, obviously, is not displacing the mesh at all, okay? So should you use then displacement or displacement and displacement bump? You should be using both. Okay, and the reason for this, it's odd that little message disappears because it was doing displacement and now displacement bump. Anyway, but it's this is the fake bump. So it's just applying this to the normals of it, right? Which is just the same as using a normal map. So it's, without getting too technical, it's a shader fake operation to pretend like the light is creating shadows where there isn't any. That's what bump only is. Displacement is the true bump, but unless you've got like an ultra high res mesh to like atomic level or whatever, or like as the number of pixels you've got in it, you will always be missing information, which is why you need displacement and bump, and then you're getting the best of both worlds. It just might not be visible when you're looking at from this level, basically. It might be a little bit invisible. In fact, if anything, I think that's the one that's unsupported, maybe. Maybe they got the error messages messed up. I think they did. I think it looks like for EV, displacement and bump doesn't actually work together. But anyways, for the rest of this tutorial, we're going to be using cycles regardless. So we're going to swap to cycles, and then if you're in look dev mode, it's always going to be using EV. So to see cycles, you have to go to your rendered view mode at the top right-hand corner there, and then wait for it. And you will see black because there's nothing in our scene except a plane. So we're going to go to the world settings now and then change the color, this little yellow dot here. Going to click it, and then I'm going to say sky texture. All right, so this is that fake you know, it's just a fake world thing with a little sun. Anyway, so I'm going to rotate it around. Sorry, adjust the rotation here, just so that I've got it sort of like coming from that kind of angle, like that. It's always way too hot, so I'm going to adjust the strength here to be 0.15, like so. And now look at that. Look at that glorious wall in all of its detail. Beautiful. All right, now the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to right click, because you'll see you get these like little lumps here, right? And what it's doing there is it's doing flat shading, right? Because we started with a plane, right? So it's just treating this like it is a flat shade. And if you follow the donut tutorial, you know there's such a thing as smooth and hard, smooth and flat shading. So what we need to do is swap it to smooth shading, because it's now creating all this extra geometry. We need to add it. So let's add that, and you'll see it looks a lot better, a lot cleaner, and a lot nicer. And now you should be able to see, if we go back here, I'll swap to displacement only, right? That's just the geometry by itself, right? Crazy. So now we switch to displacement and bump. And it looks marvelous, really marvelous. The only thing, by the way, and some people will probably call this out in the comments if they haven't watched this far, they've already written the comment. There is one advantage to normal maps, and it's also part of the reason that they are used in games, is that in normal map you can get away with an 8-bit image and it can still look quite clean. And what I mean by that is it doesn't have any stepping issues. So a displacement map, because it is grayscale data, it's not angling it at a... I actually asked this question on Twitter, and somebody answered with a very great visual that shows the difference between them. But a 16-bit TIFF is needed because it's using it's like binary steps of height. And what it means is that you can see there, if you zoomed right in there, you can see like slight stepping. It's actually really not that apparent here, but you can see like tiny little squares here. They're basically invisible. Well, actually, there is something you can even do to prevent that, and that's to switch to cubic interpolation, which actually the Blender documentation suggests, and you can see it's slightly less visible there. The stepping is actually, oddly enough, it was most visible when we were looking in the Eevee look dev mode. So see these little, like looks like topology, like little mountains or whatever? That's what that is. And oddly enough, it kind of looks more obvious in cubic mode inside of Eevee. I don't know, but it is the correct set. It's supposed to be cubic. Anyways, jumping around here, but I just want to explain it. So when you're using a displacement, set it to cubic, and it's great. And that's it. So you should have, for your shader, displacement and bump, a scale of 0.2. This should be non-color data. This should be going into your displacement input, and I will put it up on the screen here. This is a PDR shader that is correctly set up, and you will see we are not using the normal.
Very interesting information. This is why I want to maybe create my own
real time. And also, if you were never going to use this displacement, you weren't even going to be combining it with other textures, which is the other reason for using displacement. It makes it very easy to combine stuff, is what we're going to use later on. Then a normal map could be useful. We're not going to be using it for the rest of this tutorial. We're just going to be using base color, ambient occlusion, roughness, and displacement. Okay, so this is the manual way to set up a texture, and it's important to know this because you need to understand how things will go together. But I want you to also know
absolutely agree.
When you're building
I say that
manually
about
in
an awful lot of
4,
life.
5, 6 maps just to create one.
Understand the how stuff
so
works, and then you can have a better educated understanding about how to apply it.
They aren't manually building it, they are using plugins to automate it. So there are 2, which I'll show you right now. You just watch this next part, basically. Okay, so the first way to do it, by the way, we'll keep this, right? I'll keep this up here.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I really need to watch all of it. I think it's like...
We are again. Okay, we are 45 minutes into this video, and we haven't even got to the fun stuff yet. We really just...
Okay. I need to just take a quick break, 1 minute. Okay, back. I think it's the next bit which really appealed to me.
Talked about shaders, we've talked about PBR textures, and some of you watching this were like, when are we going to actually make this thing look cool? That is right now. Okay. So we can finally now talk about manipulation. Manipulating a texture to work for us, to work for our scene, because not only is that like just super important to make the scene actually feel real, like so where you've got, you know, a wall and another wall meeting, you've got like black mold that builds up there like how it does in real world. But it's also solving another problem for us, right? Breaking up repetition, because even though this is a seamless texture, there is a limit to how many times you can tile something before
Yeah.
your eye will be able to spot repeating elements, right? You can see
Yeah.
you've got three.
Okay, so that is exactly what we're talking about here. The repeating texture. Only I'm not using PBR. Mine's a lot simpler. And to be honest with you, most of the time when I do texturing, I'm using something along these lines, and you know, I tend to sort of use seamless a lot of the time, or I'm creating my own textures. But you know, you can't realistically, this is a massive building, and you can't always, you know, it would be ridiculously big, the texture.
Rows of these bricks that are different, and therefore your eye is spotting it.
This is the bit, this is the bit that I kind of jumped straight to when I saw this. Is breaking up the repeating texture bit.
So there's always a limit to, yeah, a seamless texture, and you can spot that pretty quickly, right? So tweaking a texture does that, but it's also just super fun. This is what being an artist is about, is being able to control it and be creative and, like, you know, really have fun. So this is the bit that I enjoy the most, and you probably will as well. All right, so let's talk about the basics, basic manipulation of a texture. And the simplest thing that a lot of people want to do is they want to alter the color of a texture, right? Like maybe you're working with like wood, and like it's a great grain of wood, but it's the wrong shade. You want something darker or lighter. Like being able to manipulate the color is super important, right? So to do that, you know, you could take your base color into an image editor like Photoshop and then do some operations there.
Yeah.
But that would be silly, because that would be destructive. You'd have to be saving files and then, you know, transporting it back and forth, because you can do that inside a Blender and it would be non-destructive, so you can tweak it later on. So that's what we're going to do. But you don't do it on this node here. You do it in your node setup, this node tree that we've got here. You place in extra nodes to manipulate things between there and our shader. So let's make some space. So I'm going to just drag over this and hit G to just move it across like that. And the place that we're going to put, if we want to manipulate our texture, is basically between here and where the shader starts. And, you know, you could really do it if you wanted to on just this row here. But, yeah, the ambient occlusion is just adding in shadow, so you might as well just do it after our multiply. So between here and here. Okay. So the node to do a really simple, basic operation to the color is Shift A, and you're looking underneath color, the hue saturation value node. I love this node because super simple and you can do a lot with it.
Okay, right, I'm gonna follow along this. Yeah, well, I've already got that in there. Right. It's interesting. It's because I've got this other bit plugged in, this factor plugged in, so I'm going to take that out for now. Yeah, I think a bit lighter would be better. Anyway, right, let's go back.
So you can see by default the values 0.5, 1, 1, and 1. They have no effect, and we can see that by disabling our node, which you can do with a node selected. If you hit M, M for mute, it will mute the node. And you can see as I flip back and forth, there is no change, okay? So saturation of 1 is just as it is. So if I increase this, I'm obviously making it more saturated.
Yeah.
If I go the other way, it's
You have to be
more
very
desaturated,
careful with
right?
this node because you can make stuff
The
look really
value
crap.
is just like almost like brightness, right? Like how kind of luminant pixels are, right? I think you can actually go above the value there of 2. If you just like click it and then type in another value, you can go even brighter if you really want to break things. But you can do a lot with
You have to
just-
use it
just
subtly.
these three
This, I
values.
find
So
this
the top
node.
one is hue, and that's for really like, so that's shifting the hue, okay? And you can see if you just play with it, you can quickly make this look
Yeah.
very funky.
And
Normally
I
what
have
you wanna
actually
do is
used
just
that node
change
for
it
that
ever so slightly.
to create
So if
some
I was
real
to,
weird,
actually, let's just
you know,
increase the
shades.
brightness just
It
so
sort
we
of
can
puts
see
an
a bit
overlay
better.
shade color on it
If
or
I
some
just
sort.
shift the
hue
hue,
just
holding down
shifts.
shift, shifting the hue with shift, that'll enable me to just move it left and right with subtler values, holding down shift. And as I go to the right, you can see it becomes a little bit yellow. If you go too far, it starts to look...
Really? You can press God, it's little things that you learn. You are kidding me. See, again, I never knew you could do that. You just press shift and then move. Okay. I love it.
green, but you can get just a little bit of a yellow tint to it just by moving it to like a, 0.04 values that way. And then if I went the other way, obviously, it starts to look a little bit more like a richer red color, almost getting into like a pinky purple. So this is something I do a lot. So if I go like this, and then I desaturate it a little bit, and then I bring down the, so the value of 1 is where we started, right? If I go like that, that has completely changed the appearance of the brick with just some very slight changes. So if I hit M, that's going to mute it. So this is how it looked originally, and then this is how it looks with some saturation. Maybe that doesn't look like a lot to you, but
It's subtle. You have to use it subtle. Subtlety is key. Less is more kind of attitude.
That maybe I didn't want this color.
Yeah. See, now I find that with this, right? M. So it's two things I've learned there: mute and shift inside here. Ooh, that's probably a better color. In fact, actually, that is. I don't want to change anything else. I don't want this to be as kind of red shiny as, but we've got this repeating patterns, and it's the next bit with his video that is kind of the most interesting to me, and it covered so many things, and I didn't even watch the end because this was what I wanted to go through a couple of days ago when I was having major issues with Blender just screwing up, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do
Shift
it.
this color change to happen to the entire brick that I've got going on here. And actually, let's just make it a little bit brighter. So let's say instead of it being like a darker change, it's now just making it a little bit brighter. And let's go something like that, right? That's that's transformative enough that our eye can kind of spot the difference there. So let's say, I want to make it to just certain parts of it. I want to make this look almost like there's patches to it where maybe the sun has hit different parts of it and it's just faded in those patches. So this is where we talk about masking. So a mask is just a general term for whenever we want to have certain effects in just certain areas, okay? And the way we would do this is by using another texture and then putting that into this node. And the place that you would want to put that in is down here where it says FAC. It's not clear. I don't know why they went with FAC. I guess it's short for factor, but it's not obvious that that's what that does. But it's a numerical value for now, and it's going from 0 to 1. So a value of 1 just means it's all of this, right? 100%. If I go all the way to 0, it's now none of this. So if I hit M to mute it, there's no difference between before
Yeah.
and after because this is having zero effect. So I could, if I wanted to, let's say I like the look of this, but I just went too far and I wanted to quickly change it, I could do that. But because this has an input, I can put anything into that. Any black and white texture will now control where this kicks in, okay? So, as you remember from the start, we created a noise texture, and that was black and white. So let's do that. Let's use a noise texture to control this. So I'm going to hit Shift A, texture, and go noise texture. The most versatile of all procedural textures that artists use a lot. And
I think I did that. Yeah. Okay. So we're now coming to this bit that I did earlier. And I think the output color went into the factor. Yeah, you can see its effect now, look. Right. Oh, very nice. I like it. I like it. So this is now, yeah. But it's kind of highlighted the fact that this texture is tiled wrong, isn't it? But he gets around this problem as well, so... Yeah, I like that kind of mottled. Ooh, that's actually quite interesting. That we can bring down. Yeah, I just want it kind of mottled like that. Yes. We can alter the distortion of it as well. Detail. Scale. Okay, that's fine. That. I like that. I really like that effect. It's clever. Right. Let's go back again.
I know, I do. Okay, so if I take the factor of this and put that into my factor of my hue saturation value node, watch what happens. Doesn't seem like a lot, but this is the original texture, and this is it now. And you can see there's a little bit kind of patchiness, but it's subtle. So let's Control-Shift-Left click on the noise texture, and this is showing us how our noise texture looks. Now, you might notice that it looks kind of stretched, and this is because we are now working with a surface which is not 1 by 1 by 1. And it's, without getting too technical on coordinates, by default it's using a generated coordinate system, which is just looking for objects that are 1 by 1 by 1. And if they're not, you have to do an operation in there to like make it so that it's that. But in our case, we've actually got UV coordinates that make sense for this, so we can actually just use that. So this vector, if I drag out from here, and then I just click on texture coordinate, which is one of the suggested ones there, I can just click that, and you can see it's texture coordinate plugged into the UV, and it's now fixed that problem. The other way to bring that in, if you didn't see it in your pop-up, Shift A, and then go to Input. Don't know why it's in Input, doesn't make sense, but texture coordinate is in there, and then you can just drag it in, like that. Okay, so it's now using that, so that means that now the scale is a bit wrong, but let's say, yeah, I want some big, black and white patches across it. All right, so I've changed the scale of it, so now if I look at it, I should see, hopefully, some little patches. The reason I can't, though, is that this is, your eye is able to spot these value differences, the zeros here to the ones, but it's mostly, if you could see the values on it, I wish there was a way to actually see like the numerical values of areas, but it's all areas of gray. There might not actually be one section in here which is pure 1 or pure 0, like pure white or pure black. It's all just shades of it across it, and it's very subtle. So what you often want to do is to increase the contrast, and one node that a lot of artists love for this purpose is Shift A, Converter, Color Ramp. Okay, so let's just drop this in, and I'm gonna drop it in between our noise texture and our hue saturation, okay? So this is our mask, right? And then this is our operation, okay? I'm gonna Control Shift left click on the color just to see what we're looking at. So if I drag in these handles here, what you'll notice is I drag in the white handle. You can see that it's like, it starts to like almost clip the white dies. It's very subtle. So let's drag in the black handle all the way to the middle there, right? And this is like, it starts to like clamp, like where does the, like where does the true black values start in our texture there?
Interesting.
So we're now just increasing it to like the middle points. So those areas that were around, 0.4 in value are now getting a value of pure black. And this value here, the values that were around 0.5 beyond as well are now being clipped in at 1. So it's just a very easy way to control how harsh this mask is. So now when we look at our shader, you should be able to spot now those differences. And actually, let's just increase it so you can see it, right?
Yep.
So it's now a lot more obvious where those values in. So it's really just a matter of like now these handles become like the feather of my mask as I drag out, right? And you sort of maybe want it to be like, I don't know, maybe let's go here. And then for my noise texture, because by default this is looks kind of low res, very kind of mushy. But if I increase the detail to 4, I get like more detail on these edges here. And then I can increase the roughness, which is just kind of like, see, I don't really know what the roughness does. I should probably look that up. Yeah, okay, that's not helpful. Blend between smoother noise pattern and rougher with sharper peaks. Yeah, I mean, it just feels sharper a little bit. That's kind of it. I mean, it doesn't really, you don't have to understand it, but that's the explanation we've got. But yeah, it, just makes it look a little bit sharper. But yeah, you can play with that and you can get some more interesting patterns there. One thing I'd caution, by the way, is a lot of people just go like really ham on this detail amount here, right? Because it feels like, oh yeah, like more detail is better. But something I learned from a course that actually the Blender Institute put out is that this drastically increases shader computation time. Like a value of, I think it's on like logarithmic. So a value of 3, I think is like twice as computationally expensive, and a value of 4 is twice more than 3 was. So basically, if you're using like 6, it's something like, what is that? From what 2 was, it's like twice 4. It's like 16 times as computationally expensive as what 2 is. I could be wrong on that. But anyways, the point is I wouldn't go over like 5 or 6 in your detail, because you can very quickly blow out your shader computation time when you hit render. Anyways, just want to caution that, because I have seen a lot of artists just go like, yeah, more detail, not realizing, as I didn't, that is drastically increasing stuff. Anyways, all right, so that's, that's okay. It's all right. It looks a little bit too harsh there, but yeah, that's, we've got some like patchinesses. I mean, I would almost call this just like breaking up repetition. But yeah, it's an okay effect. So what I will do, and this is something that I would definitely suggest to people, because a lot of people find nodes overwhelming, and it's because they build this and then they go, oh, now I want to add some black mold, and then they do more, and then they do more, and then they zoom out and they go, oh my gosh, I can't understand this. There's so much going on. So you have to label what you're building as you build it, okay? So if I select these 4 here, if I hit Shift P, which you can do if you've got the Node Wrangler add-on installed, right? Make sure you just enable that and you will see it. You hit Shift P and then everything selected gets a frame. You can also just go Group and then go, Layout, and then say Frame, and then put your nodes inside that frame.
Couldn't remember what that was. Okay. Cool.
Anyways, I'm going to hit N to bring up the properties of this frame that is selected, and then for the label, I'm going to type in Sun Fade, right? Just so that I know what it is. Okay, great. Our first manipulation, Baby's First Manipulation by Fisher Paykel. Anyways, let's now.
I do agree with him when he said, you know, he says you do have to be subtle. And I was like that when I first started using Blender. It was like, oh yeah, let's just crank this up, and then, you know, and then wondered why it took absolutely ages to render and view and everything. But yeah, subtlety, you know, being a photographer for so many years as well, subtlety works. It's almost like your brain registers subtlety better than, you know, it tends to notice it as being a more pleasing thing to look at rather than something that's you know, overpowering and kind of slaps you around the face when you look at it.
Another effect, which is black mold. Okay.
Black
and actually,
mold.
it might help
Yes.
at this point to bring in some image reference. I'll put a link to this, but it's a reference that I found. This guy right here. Okay. And you can see this is what real brick looks like on the side of a building. It's obviously seen some better days, but you can see as we zoom in here, we've got like some just black patches, right? That kind of build up on some of the brick.
Yeah.
We've also got some white patches. That's kind of like efflorescence is what they call it. Kind of like where like the minerals from water, the water disappears and it leaves minerals behind. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
And then we've also got like desaturated brick in here, right? So those three elements, black mold, desaturated elements, and efflorescence, that can really help make this look like an interesting texture, okay? But let's say I don't want to do like just a simple value adjustment and make the brick look darker. I want to actually make like feel like elements on top of it that are just like purely black on those parts.
Yeah.
So for that, I'm going to make some space here. And again, between here, my last...
Okay, let's just get some. We're following this through, right? Ooh. Right. Okay, so we want to get some space in here and here. Okay, it looks good. Yeah, we got that kind of nice patching, which is good. I want to save this because I do not want to lose this. Ooh. Hello, what are you doing? Okay, let's save that.
Operation, and here I can add in another operation, okay? Now if I want to introduce another color, the way I would do that is by using Shift A, the node that we used before to blend in our ambient occlusion, is the mixed color node. Okay, super common node, as I mentioned before, that is very versatile and it's used a lot for masking. It's actually really just convenient that we've got this factor input here for this hue saturation, because most nodes don't have that, right? If you use like the brightness and contrast and you wanted to do a factor operation, you couldn't. You have to use it through one of these nodes. So a mix shader is what you often use when you want to like combine two things together, because it has two inputs and it has a factor here, right? So that's where your mask goes, and then you've got two effects here, your original and then your affected thing. That's generally the setup there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my output from my sun fade and I'm going to put that into the top input. Okay, and let's have a look at this. Okay, so what this is enabling us...
I got the wrong one though. He called it a mix shader, but I think he just called it a mix. Mix. It's a mix node, not a mix shader node.
To do, the factor is, as I mentioned before, a value of 0 is just using 100% of the texture without any influence of the bottom, and then as I drag this up, it's more and more and more until there's 100% of the bottom influence. Okay, so I want this to look like, yeah, like let's say some black mold that's kind of building up on our brick there. So I'm going to go with a solid black texture. But you know, you could put green in there, make it look like sludge or slime or whatever that's kind of built up. But I'm just going with a solid black. Okay.
No, he's not using that, is he? What is he using? It doesn't make sense. What is he using? Interesting.
And now I'm going to connect this in contrast, and you wanted to do a factoral texture, okay? But let's say I don't want to do like just a simple value adjustment and make the brick look darker. I want to actually make like feel like elements on top of it that are just like purely black on those parts. So for that, I'm going to make some space here. And again, between here, my last operation, and here, I can add in another operation, okay? Now, if I want to introduce another color, the way I would do that is by using Shift A, the node that we used before to blend in our ambient,
mix color
occlusion, is the mix color node. Okay, super common.
That's interesting because it's mix color, but it just says mix. Why? Okay, that's interesting. I think there's a few things actually in Blender that they need to tidy up the naming of things.
Before, that is very versatile, and it's used a lot for masking. It's actually really just convenient that we've got this factor input here for this hue saturation, because most nodes don't have that, right? If you use like the brightness and contrast and you wanted to do a factor operation, you couldn't. You have to use it through one of these nodes. So a mix shader is what you often use when you want to like combine two things together.
You see, he's called it a mix shader, and it's not. It's mix color.
Your mask goes, and then you've got two effects here: your original and then your affected thing. That's generally the setup there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my output from my sun fade and I'm going to put that into the top input. Okay, and let's have a look at this. Okay, so what this is enabling us to do, the factor is, as I mentioned before, a value of 0 is just using 100% of the texture without any influence of the bottom, and then as I drag this up, it's more and more and more until it's 100% of the bottom influence. Okay, so I want this to look like, yeah, like let's say some black mold that's kind of building up on our brick there. So I'm going to go with a solid black texture. But you could put green in there, make it look like sludge or slime or whatever that's kind of built up. But I'm just going with solid black. Okay. And now I'm going to connect this with my shader over here, right? And this is what we've got so far. Basically, this is also how you would make painted brick. That's literally it. This color.
Oh, right. Okay. Come on. Thank you. Okay,
Well, now
Mr. Guru.
whatever color you want your brick to be, because we've just overridden what we have as the base color. I mean, in fact, actually, if you just had solid brick like that, you'd actually just get rid of the color input and then just use this as your color of your brick. Exact same thing as what we've got going on here. Anyways, so this is going to be black, and then this is going to be wherever we want this black mold to appear. Now, we could use a noise texture, right? We could take, the output of this color ramp if we were really lazy, just put in the exact same spot as where we've got this, right? And that would give us this kind of look, but, assuming we're working on a scene with like a building and maybe we've just got a flat wall, we've also got windows on the wall, right? And wherever there's a window, right, there's maybe more moisture buildup in the corners. Wherever there's a door, there might be another type, right? There's going to be white efflorescence in different parts. These kind of things, you have to choose where that goes. So you need to actually have an option to paint, to actually choose, I want this part of the mesh to have this thing. And for that, you need to do painting. Okay. Now, there are two types of painting. And one of them I'm actually very new at, but I love it. The first type is the one that I've used for years and years, and it's very common and it's very useful, and it's just called image painting. So you go Shift A, and then you go Texture, Image, Texture, right? And then just like before at the start when I created a new texture, you go New Texture. And by the way, don't do this because we're actually going to use the second method in a second, but I want to show you this as a viable way to paint. But why I don't actually recommend it for a lot of environment textures, because it's really only useful for, like, if you're taking a model and then you're going to be using it externally, like in a real-time engine or something, you might do the texturing this way, because then you've got the image texture. But anyways, so I'm going to hit New. I would have to make it non-color data because I'm going to be using it as a mask, and then I would take this and I put this into my factor input over here. And now, because this is a black image, we are now seeing 100% of this over here, our original texture. So now I could go to texture paint, Control Tab, and then go to texture paint over here, and I could paint. But what you would notice straight away is that it's not painting where you would expect it to paint. But it's not a bug, it's not something wrong, it's because it's using our UV coordinates, which we configured not for painting, but for tiling a brick. So that's why we've got a tiling effect on our texture, because it's putting that brush stroke on like all of these coordinates at the same time, because it's tiled, right? So this is the first issue that I don't like, is you now have to make a separate UV map, and I will call this one mask, right? And then I have to create another input UV map actually, and then define which UV map, use this instead of that, and then I will create unwrap. I have to go UV image editor, not the image editor, UV image editor, and then like this. Oh, sorry. No, actually, no. It was correct the first time. Yeah, I'm not tiling. Okay. And now that I've done that, let's go back to texture paint mode and fill it with the color black, right? Because that's what I'm painting into, right? And now I can paint where that goes, right? But something that you will notice with this is, one, that was very fiddly. But two, it's only using half of our image here. And this is the big issue with this, is that you've often got something that is long, like a long road, a long wall, or a model that's like got UVs in different places, and it has to abide by UV coordinates. And as I mentioned, this is a UV unwrapping tutorial, but you can see that it's using half of our space here. The other big issue is that if I did all my painting exactly how I wanted it, and then let's say I'm working with a client, and the client says, hey, move that door that is modeled here and move it to the left or the right, or maybe extend the building, right? Well, now this UV map doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
And I have to repaint it. I have to delete everything, UV unwrap it, and then repaint it. And that is very annoying and fiddly. And we're only using half the space, and it's a waste. It's not the most ideal way to do this. So I'm going to delete my UV map here, so we've just got the original, and I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to delete my image, because we are going to be using vertex painting. So Control Tab, hold that down, and you should see vertex painting at the top. Now, in order to paint into it, because we're looking at the shader mode, look dead mode, it's not referenced in here yet. So let's just go to the, what is that? What's the mode called? It's just called Solid View mode, right? I always forget. I know the icon. Anyways.
Yeah,
so
now that's true.
This
is why I love this guy, because even though he's been doing this for a long time, even he can't remember the names of stuff, because you get used to just doing things via icons, right? And this was the big problem I experienced going from version 2 to version 3 of Blender, because I got so used to where everything was in version 2. Version 3 came out, and then it's like everything was upside down. Well, a lot of stuff was upside down, and the learning curve was steep. It really was steep. I just want to check the audio. I want to check the audio on this. Okay.
But by default, there's not really anything to paint into. So at the top here, you've got attribute. So just click down. I'm not sure this face corner thing, it just sort of, I don't know, defaults as that. So I'm going to delete that and instead create a new vertex, color attribute. I just think of it as a vertex paint layer, really. And let's just give it a name. Let's call it, I'm going to call it black because we're going to be painting into some black areas. We're going to create black mold using this. I'm just going to call it black. All right. So with this, I can, with a brush added, with a white paint selected, I can paint onto my mesh. Now, it's not working as you would hope. And the reason for this is that Vertex Paint uses your vertices. Okay, so just like an image has pixels, right? Let's say you've got 1024 by 1024. Those are pixels. In this case, we've got vertices, and although we have a subsurf modifier here, it's not using that. It's using the actual mesh that we've got here. So it's like we're working with an image that has, what is that, 5 by 3? So we've got 15 pixels to work with. So we don't have enough resolution to paint into. So we're going to subdivide this mesh here. Before we do that, because we've got a subdivision enabled over here, if we were to subdivide it, we might accidentally crash Blender. So first of all, because we're going to be subdividing it, we don't need this higher res eventually. So let's just set this to 4 and 4. And then I'm actually just going to turn it off from my viewport for now, because we won't need it until we start to get to the pretty render stage. All right, so now with this, selecting everything, I'm going to right click and say subdivide. Then in this little, what do you even call it? The last step tool. I'm going to increase this. It maxes out at 10, but if you type in 20, you can type in any number over the top to override it. So I'm going to go with 20. So that sounds like a lot, but remember, this is like pixels that we're working with. And Blender's actually gotten really good. Like I think when I started like 20 years ago, like Blender like really struggled with resolute like mesh density, and this would like really throw render times. Nowadays, this is like it almost adds nothing to the render time.
Yeah, it's true.
So that's good. So now that we've got that, now when we go back into Vertex Paint mode and we're in solid view mode, provided this is selected at the top, then we should see us being able to paint onto our mesh. And that's great. Now you can actually use colors. You know, it's almost like you know, an image that has an RGB channel or whatever. So you can, if you wanted to, paint colors and then actually reference that in your base color over there if you wanted to do some painting like that. But in our case, of course, we're just creating a mask. So let me just turn the saturation off. Okay. So I also want to now just clear it because I've done a bunch of stuff. So if you go paint and then say set vertex colors, that's going to fill it with your foreground. So I don't want that, so I'm going to do it again, flipping it, Control X. By the way, so I'm hitting X to flip between those two, like that. So that's a very important one to remember. All right, okay. So let's just do, yeah, I don't know, let's just do some quick little painting. Just pretend there's like some mold at the top. We'll make it look pretty in a second. First, I want to reference it in my shader over here. So we don't have like an image to bring in or anything to load. Instead, we go Shift A and then go Input. And then at the very top, if you don't see it there, attributes, you should see it referenced there as the one that we created. Okay, if you don't, you can also just add in an attribute node and then just type it in. But yeah, say attributes black, and it should appear right there. And now, if we go to Look Dev mode, what I'm going to do is Control, Shift, and left click on this. It's going to default to the color input, but we're going to look at just the factor input. By the way, if you see color and factor together, you'll notice they're like the same. But color will show you, like in a case of an image, like the RG and B together. And then factor is just going to be like a grayscale version. So we're just using grayscale, so that's what we're looking at. Okay, so that's it. So then basically, if I want to reference that on my mask, I'm just like before with my image, I'm dragging it into the factor input. And look at that. So now in Vertex Paint mode, I can just paint like this. And it's really cool. I've also got like a smear brush, right? If I wanted to create like a leaking kind of pattern, I could kind of create some, I don't know why, it does like a
very
pretty
clever.
severe, Like it almost adds opacity to it when you smear down with like too strong of a strength. It's very, very weird. But anyways, like a low strength, you could make like some pretty simple like smudges, you know, that kind of look to it. And that's pretty good, but you'll note looking at this that it's still low res, right? It's kind of soft, right? And that's because, you know, it's really just referencing the brush, right? Which has, you know, a standard fall off. You could, I mean, when I first tried to, like, when I was getting used to texture painting, I'm like, it's all about the fall off. I got to make an interesting stroke and an interesting texture I got to put in my brush. But remember, we're limited to the resolution that we've got of our mesh there. We don't want to go too high, too crazy. But you think it's probably what you need to do if you want to create like interesting, you know, like a black mold that appears in like the crevices, like in our reference photo, that keeps disappearing. This guy, here we go. I'll put a little thing on it, I'll pin it so it doesn't disappear. If you want to create something like this, where you can see it kind of like builds up on the individual bricks, if you want to create that, well then you might think, yeah, I need that resolution. But actually you don't. You just need to understand shaders and math, really. So I discovered this by accident during my tutorial that I made on The Last of Us abandoned style house. I had this exact problem and I was just fooling around and I stumbled on it. So, okay, to add detail to this, essentially what we want to do is between here and here, we're going to add basically like another mask. So it's going to be a mask on top of a mask. So this is our original mask going into here where it's doing the black effect, but then between here and here, I'm going to add in another color, mix color node, like this, drop it in. And then here, I can reference another texture to do some sort of operation. I could subtract, multiply, do whatever, and I can reference something down there. And originally I was like blending it with a noise texture, like, you know, just to add some kind of random edge to it. And it definitely looks better, but I started to realize, looking at more and more reference, that, you know, the texture's influenced like by the texture, the brick, right? It builds up on individual bricks. It gets into the crevices of the brick. That's really what you need to do. And we have our texture here. Why not reference it? And we also, because we've got a PBR texture, we don't just have like the color information of the brick. We've got the actual geometry of our brick using the displacement map. Okay, so this guy here, right? Just to have a look at that for a brief second, it's mostly middle gray value, but I can grab that and I can put this into my bottom input over here. All right, so let's just have a look at this. This is, you know, it's just using a mix at the moment. The first thing I want to do, actually, you know, let's just, talk about this. So with a mix blending mode, that's not what we need. You could do like a multiply and use the dark values to subtract from it, right? And that would be better. We can see some of the bricks starting to show in our mask there. That's good. But the thing that I stumbled on accidentally was color burn. Okay, when you do this, look what happens. It's almost like it's doing that multiply thing, but it's doing something else with it. And it's quite, it's hard to understand. So I've actually got a demonstration here. Okay, so this is just to show you what color burn does. So I've got a painted mask here with a solid black, a middle gray, and then a pure white on the right-hand side here. So 3 kind of paint colors. And then I've got a noise texture, which is going to be blended using a color burn operation. Okay, so that's what it's doing there, okay? So it's you can see the edge of this pure white value there. It's now taking in some of the detail of the noise texture and it's feeding it. It's just sort of adding detail to that edge there. So even though this is like a pretty low res looking mesh, we've got added detail in this edge there. And what it's doing, according to the manual, is it's first inverting the noise texture. So it's taking a noise texture like that, it's inverting it, it's then dividing it by the top input, and then it's inverting it back again, which gives you this edge there. I don't know if that helps you understand it. It didn't really help me. But frankly, you don't really need to know it. You don't really need to understand exactly how it's working. You just, the more you play with it, that's how you're going to really get to come to grips with it. But anyways, the first thing we need to do is, because we've got some influence there with it, but it's not quite enough. And the reason for that is that this displacement value, it's mostly in the middle grays. And the reason for that is that the displacement map is not normalized. So it's not 0 to 1, which is what you expect from most grayscale. It's using a 20 centimeter, right? So you have to think about it, right? So what we are taking is something that is on a transparent background, okay? So we need to use the... First, though, we can fix the repeating issue here, not by doing any sort of like extra node setups that used to be...
I think this was the next bit that I was interested in.
Now, the final really common thing you need to learn is how to compile one image on top of another that has alpha. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to add some graffiti to our wall. So I've included a link in the description where you can download this tag that was made by someone that we are going to use to put on our wall. So it is a PM we've been focusing on is adding into our color map here. But it's also very common to want to add and change a roughness map. But now I want to give you a challenge. I want you to try to add 2 more effects to your material. And after it, so I'm just going to disconnect that and I'll put that over there. Then I would call this white efflorescence. Yeah, so that's the efflorescence. And then I would just do the exact same thing, node setup. And
I'm trying to find the bit where
I want to show
he...
you one final trick. Let's just go back to here. Oh yeah, that actually looks way worse. Let's drag that over. It's just a fine balance, but really it's controlling which parts come into it. Anyways,
So he got over the repeating pattern by adding things on top of
the amount of height,
the original
right,
texture,
this
effectively,
part.
which
It
broke
can
up
actually
the
help
patterning.
if you shift P on just a single node, just to help you understand in the future what it's for. So you could say spalling, height, subtraction, what do you call it? Dip, crevice, height, I don't know, something like that. But that's basically it. So we've done a bunch. We've influenced the color, we've influenced the leaks, the roughness, and now we've influenced the height information. And that's really it. So I'll show you one final thing, because when you get to this stage, it's like, too much going on. And with this, like, the cables, they can kind of like overlap each other, and it's hard to see like where is that connecting, and you can kind of get lost in here. So what a lot of artists do is they use what's called rerouting. So if you hold down shift and then, is it right? Yeah, right click. Hold down shift and right mouse drag across one of these lines, and that will put a little point there, and then you can just hit G to move that point, and you can just reshape it a little bit. So now it's easier to see that black mold goes down, it goes over here, and then you can just like clean it up, essentially. You can have that go down there. Some people do stuff like this, right? Spooling going straight down, I guess. I mean, I don't know if you can really clean that up any better. Maybe this, pull that over to there, so it's easier to see what's going on. You get the idea. You can clean it up as much as you want, but just really the important thing is to shift P and just label these. Leak.
Yeah, organization is again quite key.
Wetness,
Okay.
right? So that I know that this is going to be influencing the leak pattern and where that is making it look wet. But there you go. So that is it, guys. I hope that you found this tutorial useful. If you did, hit like and subscribe. And if you want to join the waitlist for that Blender course, click the link in the description as well. Hope to see you there. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
Hello there, my name is Ismas and welcome to Top Channel 101. So today we're answering the question, why you should learn Material Maker. I know that's ridiculous.
This this is another amazing program, and again, I only discovered this before recently, because I until now have been using a little program called Materialize. And Material Maker is actually really quite a neat little program. I haven't spent too much time on it, but maybe that could be, you know, something that I try, you know, could do a stream on that. there was something else you could do with this. I like this effect. What I don't like is the fact that the texture is a non-repeating texture, and it's yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Okay, let's see. Wow. Okay, hang on 1 minute. Hold on a moment. You put on a nice white t-shirt and then you get something down it every single time. I don't know about you, but when I wear something light coloured and I eat something like spaghetti bolognese or whatever, wear a dark shirt, dark clothes, not a problem. Wear something light coloured and I will get it down me absolutely nearly every single time. Ugh, crazy. This was a very old video of his.
Don't you just hate it when you download a supposedly
Yeah,
seamless image
he also
texture,
did this
but then
years,
when
4
you
years
use the
ago,
software to tile
and
it,
this was
it still
excellent.
looks very noticeably tiled.
Another excellent video
Well, the
of
problem
his.
is likely not to do with the texture itself, but with the way you're using it. So in this video, I will show you 4 simple techniques for solving texture tiling forever. These techniques can be used independently or all together whenever you need. And the end result is that you should be able to take a 1 by 1 meter grass texture and then tile it across a massive 20 kilometers of landscape without any noticeable tiling. So let's begin. You should definitely always start with a seamless image texture because for reference, here is this same texture, which is one from Polygon, taken straight out of the camera with no cleanup. This is just raw, and you can see that it looks far worse and the tiling is far noticeable.
Well, this is going back because I haven't watched this since 4 years ago, and I've forgotten. To be honest with you, I've forgotten. So if we go to download the node group,
however, if you tile anything 10 plus times, your eye will always notice distinct repeating patterns and shapes throughout. And there are very few surfaces in the real world other than maybe like fine sand, which is like totally uniform and you won't find those repeating patterns. Everything else though, especially grounds, will always have some distinction which you want to keep because the real world has irregularities which you want to keep in there. Now, one solution that a lot of people think would work
I've got a feeling I've already got this.
So instead of capturing, say, a 1 by 1 meter grass texture, you would instead capture a field of grass, right? Well, we've done that on Polygon. This is a 40 by 40 meter grass field texture, essentially. But this usually doesn't solve the problem because, of course, in order to see
I've got it here.
you of course need a larger image texture. So instead of a 1K texture, you would need an 8K texture.
Wow, I downloaded that 5 years ago.
Blurry. And the problem with an increased image texture is that your texture...
Let's just see what these nodes are. How? Do you know what? I can't remember how you do that again. How do you import just the nodes? I can't remember how you import just the nodes. I've obviously edited it somehow because I put it down as mine. Interesting. How do you import just the nodes? Oh, I can't remember how you do that. File, import. Append. Is it append? Right, so localize instance active collection, select new objects. No. Oh crikey, I used to know how you did this. How do you import? How do you import a... Learning today. Learning probably a bit boring for people, but we're learning today. Import nodes, geometry nodes, called Note 3. Open it and then select the file geometry node, and now just click on open. How to import geometry nodes. Okay, let's just have a look at this.
You are working in a new geometry node setup. So let's go to geometry nodes. And you're starting a project.
Today's a learning
You
day.
don't remember how you did this project in an old project. And you don't want to start again building the node tree. So I'm going to show you how to import the node tree from other projects. The only thing you have to do is to go to File and select here.
Append. Yeah, I know it was.
Append.
Yeah.
And then go to the folder where you have project, select the project that you want to use the geometry nodes, for example this one, look for the folder called node3, open it, and then select the file
Okay,
and now
okay.
just click Append. And you will see that you're going to import the geometry node.
Right, okay.
Now
I knew it was relatively easy. I knew it was relatively easy. So file, append. Let's go back here again. So if we select this, append. There we go. Yeah, I was afraid that it was gonna. So node tree. This is how you do it, right? So we just look at it like this: color variation, PBR mixer. Okay, so let's just bring those three things in. Okay, where did it put them? Add polygon color variation. Add PBR mixer. Add polygon. Okay, let's take a look at these. Uber mapping. I like the way he's called it that. Where's his thing? Yeah.
Memory usage, the memory usage, which goes to the graphics card in order to render it, skyrockets astronomically. If you go from a 1K texture to an 8K texture, you're usually using 53 times the amount of memory. Which, if you're building a large scene, which I'm guessing you are, if you need a large texture, you've just eaten up a huge
And
chunk.
this actually, if we go back to this was when I realized that although my computer was slow and old, right? It's little snippets of information like this that you realize why all of a sudden, you know, things start taking a massive amount of time, and it's because you take a, you know, you get an image texture and you make it so big that it's almost unwieldy. Okay, right. It's time for a drink of water. Drink of water. Okay, you're going to hear some water sounds. It's not me doing anything. I'm not in the bathroom, or I'm filling up my water filter. My equivalent to a Brita water filter. Okay.
A 1K texture to an 8K texture, you're usually using 53 times the amount of memory. Which, if you're building a large scene, which I'm guessing you are if you need a large texture, you've just eaten up a huge chunk of your memory usage for just one material. So that usually isn't applicable either, and also you can't really get the camera in very close anyway, so that's not really the best solution. What is understanding the correct way to use your texture, which is what I'm going to show you right now.
Sure I've
so
saved
starting with
this already.
technique number one, which is tile rotation. One of the big reasons why this looks so noticeably tiled is because it's laying our texture in a grid fashion side by side, and those patterns are obvious. If each of those tiles were to be rotated independently at random amounts, that would fix that problem for us. Unfortunately, almost no 3D software, as far as I know, gives you this tool out of the box, Blender included. So you would need to know a bunch of vector math in order to figure that out, which is why nobody does it. However, if you're a Blender user, then lucky you, because I've done the hard work for you. Link is in the description for a blend file. If you go to File, Append, click on the blend file, then go to Node Tree, and then just import in these 3 node groups. We're only going to use one now, but we'll use the other 2 later on. So, once you've done that, if you go Shift-A, Group, Polygon Uber Mapping Node. Click that and drag that in. By the way, side note, if you are using our Polygon material converter, these add-ons come included with that, so you won't need this separate blend file. But for those others of you, just download the blend file, this is how you do it. So this node group here is designed to be used in replacement of this mapping node. So if we delete that and then drag this in here, connect the blue to the blue to the blue. Okay, now this one single...
Okay. Map material output. Yeah. No. Add. Search. Map. No. Search. Map. I think this was what he was using. What was he using? He's got mapping going straight in there. Can't see what that is. Oh, okay. Texture coordinates. Right. Let's play, because I know this used to work brilliantly before. It was actually really good, and to be honest with you, I've forgotten it, but only because I like this texture and it's rubbish because it's tiny. Texture coordinates. And of course, we take the UV to the vector, to the vector. Oh, right, okay. Okay, that's fine. Right. Mr. Guru.
So if we delete that and then drag this in here, connect the blue to the blue to the blue. Okay, now this one single scale value here replaces those 3 scale values that you typically have. So you can see that if we set this to 10, which is what it was before, nothing has changed. It's exactly the same as the default mapping. Now, if you go down to the bottom here, there's one called mosaic rotation. And this is where the magic happens. As we increase this, watch what happens. Ta-da!
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I remember this being magic. No. No. Okay. We don't want that. We want this. I wondered where that went. Thought, eh? We're working on the wrong thing here. UV to there. Okay, right. This is what really made the difference. So again, you know, this just started doing this kind of thing, and this really broke up the texture to make it look, you know. Okay, so yeah, we're caught up with that.
It's remarkable how effective it is. It hasn't really done anything other than, if you look at grid view, this is what it is, you know, side by side, standard grid formation. Mosaic rotation's just taking each of those tiles and it's rotating it independently. And it's
again very
how
clever.
It just makes those patterns far less noticeable.
And when you think that this was 5 years ago, you know, and you think this is such a useful tool. Now, obviously, you know, he's running his business and he's got it included in the business, but he gave these nodes for free. and I remember using it actually quite extensively, and it goes on this video. So yeah,
Now, something
there's
to
all
note
sorts
is
of other
that,
things that you
if
can make
look,
a
you'll
non-repeating
see that
texture
you're actually
look good
introducing
on.
some hard seams there that weren't there previously.
Yeah.
Because that seamless texture is obviously only designed to be used in a grid fashion, of course. Independently rotating each one is now going to introduce seams. But amazingly, it's actually far less noticeable. You can see it in some places, like right here, but
Yeah.
it's still far less noticeable than it is normally. Now, if you do see a hard seam that you don't like, we've got a mosaic noise value as well, which if you increase that, what that's done now is, if you look in grid view, instead of it being hard lines, it's now
Yeah,
just created
it sort of creates
squiggly
soft lines. Yeah. So mosaic, you know, if you increase this. Okay, I think it's actually quite clever. So if you do 4, for instance, it can, you know, it actually starts breaking it up. But the thing with this particular texture is we've got very hard lines everywhere. So although this mosaic noise and rotation kind of work to an extent, you can still see it kind of it does kind of work. Okay, it does kind of work. There you kind of have to play around with it a bit, but it does. Yeah, it's almost like, yeah, the hard line on this. But anyway, we're getting there. I mean, this is actually looking better. It's giving me very much the effect that I want. So let's just save that. Now there he starts bringing in other things here, which is very clever.
Which just makes it a little bit harder for your eye to detect
With
a hard
things
seam.
like grass, it's fine.
But just that
You know,
alone is really, really
you know,
powerful. And you can see, like, as you increase the scale
with
here,
chaotic
like, you can go to, like, a
texture,
really
it's
high
actually
value
not too bad.
of, like, let's go 40 by 40 meters. And you can see that that's pretty good. Now, it is a little boring, but at least your eye is not immediately noticing a repeating pattern. And by the way, limitation of this method, obviously it's not going to work for like brick, tile, and other fixed patterns
but
like this.
Kind of flat
however, the next 3
textures
techniques
without
will, so
without
use them. Speaking of which, number 2 is color variation.
Yeah.
Essentially, in the real world, every single surface has slight variations to the hue, saturation, and value of a color. So, like a grass field will have little brown patches.
Yeah. So again, I think what he does is you take this, right, and you put color variation in. Actually, is that, I can't remember now whether that goes after, or I think it goes after this. It's amazing how stuff comes back to you, you know. Really neat. I've forgotten about these nodes, to be honest, and it wasn't until I did that stream the other day and I wanted to talk about all this stuff, and you know, it's like, yeah, see, look at this, we've now got a horrible edgy texture that's now pretty useful because, you know, with dark. Ooh, okay, so we can lighten it, you see. Spot intensity, dark spot intensity. Yeah, see, we've almost got a texture that's now kind of workable. I mean, it's not brilliant still, but you know, we can fluctuate it around there. We can fluctuate. This is almost the same as the other one that he did. That's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Ooh, you see, just that you hit on. You see, we've still got some of this kind of. It's not brilliant. Okay, let's leave it like that for now. Already the texture's looking better. Others might disagree.
Etc.
But
And it's so easy to do in 3D software. It adds so much to the realism and breaks up surfaces. There's no excuse for not doing it. So I'll give you a node which does it all in one step, but I think it's helpful to understand what goes into the node. So the basics of it is this. If you've ever played with a hue saturation node, right, you will know that this essentially changes like the hue of something, right? And you can make it like look a little bit brown or like desaturated, etc. But if you then took a noise texture or any texture and then just plugged that into the factor input, now this noise texture is acting as a mask for this. So now you can see that, yeah, basically only the white areas from this is actually going to be making the changes that are right here. So really simple to do, right? Now, having done this a lot, it does get pretty complicated very quickly, adding in lots and lots of textures and all different masks and things. So I've put it all into one convenient node, which you've probably already downloaded. It's called the Polygon Color Variation node, and it's of course in the blend file below. So this is what it looks like, and it's basically got the settings that I find most useful for this kind of thing. So the scale of it, pretty simple. You can see that it's got it's just basically like as a default, if you can hear any noise out there. Hey, it's isolation, isn't quarantine fun? I'm working from home now. But we've got this scale value here, which you can see it's got kind of like a color variation effect. So this is the default like hue change, which you can see already does quite a lot to, yeah, just break it up and kind of add in little hues and just, yeah, it's a very subtle effect, but it does a lot. And then you've got dark spot and bright spot underneath it, and they're controlled by this threshold value here. So you can see if you just want like some really big ones, turn the scale down, something like this. You could add like dark spots.
yeah. Okay, so threshold. That's interesting. It's not actually part of that one, is it? Polygon color variation. Maybe he had a... No, because he gave everyone the file. Bright and dark stop. We still got kind of lines and stuff, but it's getting there.
Maybe no bright spots, etc. So I tried to make it as like artist friendly as possible. And then you got seed value, of course, if you want to change that. So what I generally do is I add in like one for like the big, large scale shapes, and then I duplicate it. And this one becomes the small scale shapes, right? So I just increase the scale here. And yeah, sort of dark spots, sort of turn down the threshold, so I get like just like almost like a flick, like a little splatter of a few little dark spots. Let's turn down the threshold like that. And if you want to see just the mask as well, you can look at just the mask view by Control-Shift-clicking on it, and you can see the actual noise texture that's driving it. But you can see, you know, I'm just sort of, I haven't got time to mess with all the settings now, but you can see already it's done a lot to break it up from where it was originally. And that's just with the power of procedural nodes. So that's number 2. Number 3 is to blend it with other materials. So just like how in the real world nothing is uniform, well, over a large enough surface, no material is continuous, right? If you go to a little known website called Google Maps and look at some satellite images, you'll see that even sports fields, right, aren't a continuous grass texture forever, right? It's mixed in with all sorts of little muds and straw, like dead grass and stuff like that, right? Like it's completely patchy. I don't know if this is an Australian thing, but I'm actually surprised at how patchy our fields are according to Google Maps. They don't look too good. But anyways, so have a look at some reference photos of whatever you're making. If you're making Iceland, whatever, just go on Google Maps and have a look at what the ground looks like way out there, and you'll see that it's varied between stone and mud and grass and dead grass and all that kind of thing. So yeah, so I went on Polygon and I found just a dirt texture. I think I used, was this one? Dirt 009. And you'll notice that it's not just a color map, of course, it's got all these other maps here, which we are going to use. So you could, of course, you know, go in here and add in, you know, texture, image texture one by one. That's really repetitive and annoying, so we've got an add-on that just does it for you. So it's called the Polygon Material Converter. How many times can I mention Polygon in one video? But it's one of our materials, so it works in it, right? So once you find the folder where you unzip all your other textures to, and then it will just find it if you just hit reload, it's right there. And then you'll see a load and apply button, which will apply it to your material. So if you just had it selected, it would do like that, and then you would find like this one node group here with everything inside it, color, gloss, all that kind of thing, and it's all set up for you. Now I don't want it to overwrite my material, so I'm going to go back to the material that I had before, which is this guy with all our fanciness to it. And what I can do now is just go Shift A group, and we'll actually see our material there as a group, which is very handy. So move that out of the way. And you can see if we look through it, it's got, you know, the roughness map, the normal map, all that kind of thing. Right, so this grass short here, this has got its own 4 maps, and this has got its own 4 maps as well. Now, it's very easy, of course, to, you know, add in a noise texture and blend between them with a mix node. However, you've got all these 4 maps with it, right? So that would be a challenge to set that up for all of these maps and blend between them. So, another node. How many nodes? One more node. So it's called the Polygon PBR Mixer node, and it's branded as Polygon, but I promise you this and this and this works with any textures that you have on your drive. I don't want this to sound like it's a big advertisement.
Polygon PBR mixture node. Where did he put it? Can't remember where he put it. He put it in between. Okay. And the principal BSDF. Which is there. Okay. So I'm guessing it needs to kind of go there.
I'm just giving it to you. It's called the Polygon PBR Mixer node, but basically it just blends between 2 sets of texture maps, right? So you've got the roughness, you've got the normal map, and you've got the displacement map for material 1, and then you've got the exact same one for material 2. So you just connect them like so. And then, once you've done that, they are in one little material like this, then you have a factor amount there at the top that blends between them like so. Very, very handy, which means, oh, and by the way, of course, this UV, you want to make sure you're using the same UVs as your Polygon Uber mapping node. If the scale was different, obviously you just duplicate it and make a different scale, but anyways, it's fine. So now that we've done that, as we go from 0 to 1, we are switching between the grass and the dirt texture, which means finally, of course, when we add in a noise texture here, this plugged into the factor input now becomes a blend between the 2 of them. So what I like to do is, I like to use 4D, by the way. 4D, if you're just wondering what that does, the W, it just acts as a seed value. So if you have 3D, you're kind of fixed, but then 4D, you get this little thing which is a seed value. There you go. Anyways, that acts as that. So what I like to do is I run this through a map range mode node, which is similar to the color ramp node, if you're wondering what on earth I'm doing here.
I think I know why
Except this
I had a
is-
mine
it gives you a bit more
version of
control
his
on the color
file.
ramp.
Because
It's
I
like
think
it's
I
based on
added
value
an awful lot of
ranges,
other
it's a
things,
little bit
so I
better.
was pretty much
Essentially,
ready
what
to
I wanna do is
go.
I just want to cut off the lowest range, and that's going to become the dirt. So the white areas are going to become my grass, and the black areas are going to become my dirt. And the other thing I like to do is blend two noise textures together and blend them with a overlay node. Mix overlay node, like so, and I set that as that. And then this, I use like a higher value. And what I'm trying to replicate here is like the patches of grass. So looking at grass patchy, if I just pull this up, reference is key, guys. Reference is key. Don't just go throwing in nodes, but like actually look online, and you'll find your work looks immediately better. I just want to make it look like, it looks like someone has like flicked like paint off a brush, and that's become like the dirt patches, right? So that's what I'm trying to emulate here with this. You can see I now have sort of control over the contrast of it. I mean, what I'm doing with the map range node, I get it, it's probably confusing. This smoother step, it's kind of a contrasty thing. It probably deserves its own tutorial, but really, you know, you could probably find tutorials on the map range node, but essentially it's just like contrasting it. And of course, since we went to the trouble of using all those maps, we of course now have to plug this into our principled BSDF, which is simple. It's like playing connect the dots with kids, right? Roughness to roughness, the blue goes to the blue, the displacement. The displacement goes into the displacement input if you're using it, but we're not. But look at that! Ha 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 ha! Oh, are we using it? Yes, we're looking at the principle. So there you go, right? You've also got like little controls if you want to like make the dirt like a higher roughness, right? If there was like, where's the sunlight coming from? It's coming from that direction. So you'd see like a faint little amount of reflection off of the grass, and then like the dirt would be a little harder in appearance. And of course, a really key thing, if you find like yours just looks awful, is to make sure that your materials blend, like they have the same values. Like I typically find like that's usually like a big key factor in why something doesn't look right. So yeah, you know, you can change the hue or whatever, or the saturation, just depending on what two different random textures you're dealing with, whichever you pulled off of line. They're online, they're probably not going to work together out of the box, right? Yeah, anyways, you can fix it like that. But there you go. You can see this obviously looks far less repetitive, right? Because of course we're using a whole separate new material with it. Little trick, by the way, I use dirt here to make the dirt patches, but you can also do the exact same thing by just taking a material which is similar to your existing one. So if you got one grass texture and you blend it with another grass texture, that's a very a good way of keeping the same, the same material. But of course, using this same effect, it's going to look far less repetitive. It's almost going to look like the same material. But anyways, that's it. That is blending another material. That's method number 3. The fourth and final technique is height variation, adding waviness to your actual surface to displace the actual geometry of it. That sounds painfully obvious, but it's very easy, like a big key
I want to
factor.
see
Yes, it probably deserves like the dirt patches, right? Contrasting it.
I can't remember
And, of
whether
course,
he actually
since we went to the trouble
gave
of
us
using all those maps, we
a...
of course now have to plug this into our principled BSDF, which is simple. It's like playing connect the dots with kids, right? Roughness to roughness, the blue goes to the blue, the displacement.
I remember
the displacement goes into the displacement input if you're using it, but we're not. But look at that! Ha 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 ha! Oh, are we using it? Yes, we're looking at principle. So there you go, right? You've also got like little controls if you want to like make the dirt like a higher roughness, right? If there was like, where's the sunlight coming from? It's coming from that direction. So you'd see like a faint little amount of reflection.
So he's using this here. So one output went into this polygon. Ooh. Let's expand this a little bit. Right, okay, so one I think came out of there, and then he added another texture. Okay, I think this is probably getting very, very boring for people to watch, but it is actually really quite interesting how he came up with this kind of 4 to 5 years ago, and it's turned a non-repeating texture into something that you can use, which is actually not too bad at all. This is still not brilliant, but I might actually do the rest of this kind of offline, because I'm sure people don't really want to keep watching this rather boring thing. Let's just see how he finishes this off. He adds height to this kind of non-repeating texture.
And of course, a really key thing, if you find like yours just looks awful, is to make sure that your materials blend, like they have the same values. Like I typically find like that's usually like a big key factor in why something doesn't look right. So yeah, you know, you can change the hue or whatever, or the saturation, just depending on what two different random textures you're dealing with, whichever you pulled off of line. They're online, they're probably not going to work together out of the box, right? Yeah, anyways, you can fix it like that. But there you go. You can see this obviously looks far less repetitive, right? Because of course we're using a whole separate new material with it. Little trick, by the way, I use dirt here to make the dirt patches, but you can also do the exact same thing by just taking a material which is similar to your existing one. So if you got one grass texture and you blend it with another grass texture, that's a very a good way of keeping the same, the same material. But of course, using this same effect, it's going to look far less repetitive. It's almost going to look like the same material. But anyways, that's it. That is blending another material. That's method number 3. The fourth and final technique is height variation, adding waviness to your actual surface to displace the actual geometry of it. That sounds painfully obvious, but it's very easy to overlook, and it actually adds a lot to the believability of your surface. So, the easiest method, of course, would be to, just add in like a subsurf modifier and then a displacement modifier, and then just kind of make random waviness. I actually like to use the displacement from the node group here, because then you can actually infuse it with some of these nodes here, and it'll look mint. Trust me. Well, now I gotta live up to that. But anyways, this is the way I do it. So, first of all, this plane is a plane. There is nothing else to it other than 4 vertices, which is good, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a subsurf modifier, change it to simple so that it doesn't round out those edges there, and then I want to use adaptive displacement, adaptive subdivision, so that parts that are closer to the camera have more geometry added, which is what you want, because otherwise you end up using all the memory in the world and you won't get as close to a realistic result as this. Anyways, I got a whole video on that if you want to look up micro displacements. But anyways, essentially all you need to do is change your feature set to experimental, and then when you do that, you'll see this adaptive checkbox in the subsurf modifier there. So once you've done that, now you'll have enough geometry to actually start physically displacing the surface there. So then you add in a displacement modifier here, set this into the vector, the displacement input, vector displacement. It's just a displacement input, and then whatever you put into this height input here, that is going to drive the actual waviness of this. So if I took a standard noise texture like this and just drop that in there, we might not see much happening. But if we increase the scale, oh, that's right. Okay, one more step as well is underneath your material settings, you got to make sure you change it from displacement bump only to displacement and bump. And then when you do that, you should see, if we increase the scale, there we go. We're actually seeing it physically displace it. And look what, you can see like that adds something to it, right? Like it's got a little something something. It looks like wavy surface, right? It's It's very, very, very hard. Even a soccer field, a golf course. Speak to any golf course owner, I'm sure they'll tell you how hard it is to keep something flat. The world is just naturally wavy, man, and you gotta try and replicate that. So the other thing that we can do now that we're using nodes here instead of just doing a displacement modifier is we can take this. So this pattern here, where like these parts are like the dirt parts, so dirt would be lower than grass. So if I can make that dig into the surface, then that would help me out. So I want to essentially take the black and white mask of that and mix it with the black and white mask of this. So if I just did that with a mix RGB node, take the output of this, put that, let's say, into the bottom input. I'm guessing it. I think I've got to do something else. All right, let's just have a look at this. Okay, that is good. It's going the wrong way though. So instead I want to add an invert node in here, like that, and now it should actually be digging into it. Now, the height, the scale that we had this to is actually correct as to what we want, but it's just that this extra map here is driving this too much. So instead I just want to drop this factor screen value down, like so, until these little divots here actually look good. So that way I have my big wavy shapes, which is, you know, driven by this here, right? But then I also have my smaller little wavy shapes that is just, and I can control that with just this screen value here. So it's two separate settings. This one controls the smaller details, this one controls all of the details, and that's basically that, right? So it's a small little thing, as I said, but it's very easy to overlook. You finish a scene and you go, something's not right, and then you go, oh yeah, the plane is a plane, and that doesn't exist in the real world. Yeah, so you gotta add in some randomness. The same methods, of course, as I mentioned here, can be used just essentially, since this is all essentially procedural. If you just like scale up this plane, and then, you know, change the scaling of your noise texture, change the scaling of your UV map, then you essentially just get more and more and more landscape. It's a really fun method. So hope you enjoyed this, guys. If you did, please give it a thumbs up.
Yeah, very
and
interesting.
share it with your
Very
friends
interesting.
so that others can find it and will be supporting this channel as well. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to share was this, right? This little program is utterly amazing. It's free. It's called Material Maker, and I believe it's now up to it's actually really good, and it's just one of those tools that you think, why isn't everyone using this? I used to use Materialize. Materialize is actually really good, but Material Maker just it's like Materialize on steroids, but they've gone from beta to 1.4A2 now, and it's basically a nodes driven way of creating textures, and you can preview, you can actually look at it like this, you can turn the model around as well and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's actually pretty good. You know, you can turn the model around, and you can change the model as well to, you know, a plane, whatever you want really. But the beauty with this, and I haven't, to be honest with you, I haven't really played around with this too much, because I just haven't had time, to be honest. But what was actually really interesting about this was, you know, bring just like you can bring out, you know, this sort of logo thing here, and you can change colors. You can go and load your own. So if I actually go and I look on here. If I go in here and go to textures, expand. Right, okay, so if I go to, no, I don't want to go in there. Let me go to metals. We go to the visibility of hidden path. Can we not look at this in a slightly different way? Like I can see a preview. That's interesting, isn't it? Can I... Okay, I need to know what the color is. So let me just, let's pick up this one here. X82 EC8V. On the bottom. This one. Okay. So you know you can kind of see this, but the beauty of it is the amount of flexibility you can have on this thing. And what I thought was one of the things that I was playing with this that day that I couldn't stream properly was trying to make any texture, and I know there are techniques for this. You can make any texture into a tileable texture, which is what I was trying to do. And I mean, there is just so much in here now. When this first came out, it was it was limited. It was really limited. But you can now do tiling, and it was the tiling that I was really... See, you can even do things like you can... I mean, it's just kind of amazing, actually, what you can do. You know, it's just... It's actually quite amazing. You switch it to input, different shapes and all sorts of stuff. I mean, it's actually... But where is the tiling? Tiling. Uniform, no. Shape, no. 3D, no. Of course, where this app came into its own and what they seem to advertise it for is the bricks, right? It seems to be the bricks. So they had like a uneven bricks texture. I can't remember now where this goes. Depth. I think it went into depth. Yeah. You know, I mean, it just produces the most amazing effects. The depth you want to go, see, it's kind of punching in. If you want a reverse of that, for it to stick out the other way. But the beauty of this is that you can export these textures out PBR as PBR, and you've got amazing PBR textures with everything on there. I can't find where is the I think you really need to play around with this in order to kind of become very, efficient on... Here we go. Right, so I think this was basically at the tiling. I think it was tiling. So you put that in. Yeah, so it kind of created, and then you had this. But you just need, you have to kind of play around, and it gives you that texture. I think that's actually too much. I think it was something like that. There we go. So this is, we've now got the tiling, and then it was then about getting the I saw a video about it anyway, and it was excellent. I might have to basically have a play with this again and see if I can try and figure out. It's almost like some things are missing. No. But yeah, it was quite clever. It was really quite clever. But again, I am not great at node, right? Even in Blender, it's remembering what nodes are there, and there are literally hundreds of variations of things now. And it's just, it's just amazing. Maybe it was blend, background layer, normal, I don't know. I think, is this what it was? Background layer. No. No, there's got to be this. You've got to be able to rotate these. There's probably a rotate that you need on each one of these in order to get it. So it's tileable, but yeah. Anyway, I think I will call it a day. Obviously, I've not had any viewers today, and this has probably been extremely boring for people. So it to be honest, it wouldn't actually surprise me if you don't watch this. But it's just been, kind of a chill out, and I'm going to be playing with this offline now, because I think it just gets too boring for people to watch. So if you've got this far, thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in another stream soon.